continuation of narration by Dr. Khudadad فرمانفرمائیان, January 5th, 1983, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
If we could spend, I'd like to ask you to describe for us your memoirs regarding the beginning of the revolution as you saw it coming. When did it occur? What thoughts crossed your mind? What did you try to do to play a role perhaps in preventing it? And anything else in this regard that you'd like to say?
Well, it's extremely difficult to pinpoint the time that one begins to feel something is happening. At best, I can be vague about this. I remember even in 1976, 77, certainly in 77, when I moved around town, around Tehran, I felt the atmosphere was extremely tense. You felt electricity in the air. You must remember, if I may just refer to some physical phenomena, the pollution had increased to a maximum. The streets were extremely crowded. The traffic was impossible. I remember the traffic lines from Tehran to Shemiran, let's say from my own office, which was located at the corner of Takht Jamshid and Sepahbad Zahedi, which is fairly central, but in the northern part of the town, to my own home, which was in Elahiye. I suppose it was about 6 miles altogether. Very often the lines in the evening when we were going home extended to the end, that is the town side of the Jordan highway. And as I sat there waiting for the traffic line to move, I looked at the faces. And I saw tremendous amount of tension. I suppose at some point I saw a departure from what was before, or this was cumulative anyway. I sensed a great deal of how shall I put it, protest in the very eyes of the quiet people who were sitting impatiently behind their wheels and waiting for the traffic to move. You saw incidents such as people screaming at each other, people cursing, insulting each other when somebody was trying to move in front of them or something, very regularly. I remember I was talking to someone saying that it seems to me the government has stopped functioning, because letters would go to the government, but even when you were writing the letters, you weren't expecting an answer from the government. You knew an answer would not come. Significantly enough, you may remember that later on, when was Prime Minister, he sent a circular to government departments that all letters must be answered within 10 days maximum or something of this sort. It was true. Nobody cared. Or the burden of the duties and the problems, if you wish, on the administration and the bureaucracy was so heavy that it had come to a chaotic position altogether. It was impossible to expect a decision from the government. People have problems, and I'm talking about now industrialists, bankers, and after all, I was a banker and I knew what was going on. You had problems. You wanted these problems to be solved. You wanted clear policies. You wanted to be able to move. You wanted to, after all, our economy, our society was ridden with bottlenecks. And you needed decisions for these matters. But those decisions were not forthcoming. At least personally, let me tell you, I've never claimed to have predicted the revolution. I have not known anybody among my own friends, some of the best minds of Persia, who ever predicted a revolution. But we all had, I did at least, a sense that something was wrong, and that there was the imminence of a catastrophe, around. You sensed in the air that there was something like this, as early as late 76 even, in my judgment. I found Oveda in 76 an extremely jittery person. He wasn't like that before. Oveda was calm with a great sense of humor. I noticed him, I shouldn't say these things, he's dead now, but in the parties he would drink a great deal and he would let go. He had come to a point where when you looked at him, you knew he was a tired man. You knew he was not his bright, manipulative self. You knew he was at the end of his wits. I certainly sensed it because I knew the man so well. I sensed he was at the end of his wits. And he must have sensed it too. He must have sensed that there's something wrong, basically. But nobody would dare to talk about that to him because he still kept faith. He still, the minute you would begin to criticize, it was as if he has had too much of it, he would immediately react to you. And yes, in 77, 76, at least two occasions that I remember distinctly when I was talking to Oveda, for example, once about the Ministry of Finance, saying, my God, it's time that you did something about the Ministry of Finance. It's a great instrument. Fiscal policy is a great instrument. The fact that you have money is not sufficient. In fact, the fact that you have money may give you the opportunity to take time now to bring about very severe reforms in the Ministry of Finance. And I said to him, I'm not talking about starting to collect heavy taxes, because that always was a problem, as you know. I'm simply talking about tax identity files, for example, in the ministry, which did not exist in spite of the greatest computer that they owned, They had the computers and so on. They thought that in itself was a reform, but in effect, they didn't even have identities of individuals. I said, this is the time to do it. You have the money, you can afford to do it. And when I told him when I talk about reforms, I'm not saying that you increase taxes. I'm saying you rationalize taxes, and it may mean that you make things much easier on people instead of much harder on people. In fact, you cut off the hands of the agents of the Ministry of Finance from so many parts of the life of people, and you rationalize your taxes. You begin a whole series of really basic reform in the Ministry of Finance, and that had remained the bastion of corruption and the bastion of inefficiency, if you wish. Same, by the way, was true of Ministry of Justice. This is what is interesting. The Ministry of Justice, and please remember this, that when we go back, and I've been reading a great deal lately about the Constitutional Revolution and the events that led to Constitutional Revolution. People at the turn of the century were screaming, we want Edalat Khane. Edalat Khane means, as you know, the house of justice. They wanted a resort. At that time, they didn't understand really constitution. They didn't understand democracy as we are talking about. But surely they even then understood justice, and they wanted justice. And as it were, one of the biggest and the most important areas that needed reform and really needed some basic action was Ministry of Justice. And I raised these points with him. His reaction was, and people were standing around. It was my own home. This was summer of, just that summer, before he went on his vacation and came back and resigned, and almost got, that was 77, I guess, was it? Oreda suddenly became like a fighting tiger in front of everybody, and I was his host. And I was talking very gently, very politely, with great respect and deference to him, as I always did. I never wanted to make him look bad in front of others, and others who were standing around understood this. He said, are you suggesting, and I remember this distinctly, he said, are you suggesting that this country should become a republic? You know, that was the use of a terrible weapon.
Equivalent to treason.
Yeah, he was almost accusing me of treason, that's right. I was shocked. Oreda had always had a great balance. Oreda could take criticism. Yes, he did. And I would forever say this. In his earlier years, he listened very well. Now he couldn't listen anymore. He had become like the Shah himself. The Shah then couldn't listen anymore either. They've had too much. There was too much of a burden. Indeed, it was time that he left. That was time that they all should have left, in my judgment. But those are separate things. That whole setup should have gone. I went to an old man. I remember I had a great pain in my back. This is all relates to my sense of situation being terrible, my sense of something wrong is happening. I went to an old man who was very close. I don't want to name his name, simply because then the whole question of credence of my evidence will be destroyed. Who was extremely close to the Shah. I went to his home. He was sitting with other people and so on. I begged him to come out. He walked out. We stood in his guard. I said, will you go to the Shah and tell him this is time. Now I'm talking again about 76. This is an evidence of how I was feeling at that time, how I felt that there was imminent danger within our society, imminent catastrophe. I said, go to the Shah now and tell him to change this whole setup, for God's sakes. I remember he turning around asking me, are you suggesting that you want to become Prime Minister? I said, far, far from it. I'm the last person you should appoint as Prime Minister. This situation requires some other types altogether. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that you should change this whole present group who are leading the government, but this should extend into the army as well. All this business of they've gone mad with their activities and purchases and so on. And inflation is eating away at the very heart of this economy and society. It's time that something basic was done. No tricks, no little tricks will do. You must remember at the end they were using every trick, you know, all the quick fixes, a whole cornucopia of quick fixes, which was too late and didn't affect anything. But in 76 I said, this man, for God's sakes. And to be honest with you, I felt that I couldn't do this myself, that is, go to the Shah and tell him, look. Whereas I felt that this old man, the Shah would trust this old man and would talk to this old man. Dr. Amini was another person. That about around this time, I would visit and would talk to him about these things, saying. I didn't tell the old man that, for example, this is time now Dr. Amini should come, should become Prime Minister. But in my heart, he asked me, he said, who is going to become Prime Minister, old man? I said, look, the Shah has ruled this country for over 34 years, 35 years at that time. Certainly his information about individuals is far greater and far better than mine. He knows what type of an individual he needs at this time. This group have done their duty. And I really meant it. It wasn't the job of a technocrat anymore. We all felt technocracy, you know, because we were all engaged in the sort of economic development of the country and the technical managerial aspect of our society, to be sure. But now we wanted a political mechanism, if you wish. We needed a sort of a political group. And I had in mind Dr. Amini, to be very honest, because personally I couldn't think of another one who was ready to take over, another one who was well known enough. And I still believe that if at that time the Shah made that type of decision, I'm not saying revolution may not have taken place, but certainly even if it had taken place, it would have meant that the powers of the Shah would have become limited, but the Shah would have lasted, and his son probably would have been on the throne, probably would have been on the throne still. You would have begun to develop some kind of democratic systems. Maybe. You know, in social theory, these predictions are it's impossible, it's very difficult to make these predictions. The man hated Dr. Amini. I knew that. That's why I didn't tell him. Because if I had said that to him, he would have never even gone to the Shah. Subsequently, I kept on after the old man, asking him whether he told the Shah or not. Finally, he said he's scared to tell the Shah. And then there was a general who used to come to my office. Now, this general knew my father, apparently. The general was already some 75 years old, and he was a member of the Imperial Inspectorate establishment that later on came to the limelight so much. And this man would report his conversations with me. And I couldn't quite understand why lately he had become enamored of me and he was visiting me so often in the bank. He would come, for example, to me and say, I want to ask you, what do you think of X and Y and Z because they're being considered for central bank? Or what do you think is going on in the plan organization? Or what do you think is happening in the Ministry of Finance? The man used to come to my office asking me these questions, which is quite proper to come to me because of my background to ask me such questions. But why suddenly this man would appear? I knew of him, but I was never close to him. I had never had any relationship with the man. But he was known as a general with a clean background, decent person. He wasn't one of the generals who were pointed out as, corrupt, the type that we may have disliked. He had a good name, and I didn't mind talking to him. To him I said the same things, more or less. Not in the way that I talked to this old man, because I wasn't worried about the old man. The old man liked me, and who wouldn't have gone to the Shah and said, this Khudadad has got schemes and he is this and that. But to the general, I was far more reserved, of course. But I still would say the same thing. I'd say, General, this group cannot do the job, is not doing the job. You need different types of people in government. Now, I've said these things to tell you that how we all felt this. Another incident that perhaps is relevant, which took place as early as 72, is very significant. And later on, it took place again. Actually, if you really want to know when we had the first sign of real protest in Persia, after 63, when Khomeini did that, it was in Dezful. In Dezful, the Minister of Agriculture was taking back the land which was distributed under land reform, on the grounds that they needed all of this land, and they couldn't leave individuals there owning little plots, since they had to level large pieces of land for agro-business purposes, for agro-industrial purposes. They paid them, bought their land, kicked them out of the land, to level the land and to bring water and to do this and that. Well, these people apparently had spent the money, had gone off to Mashhad, had got another wife, I don't know, as we said, that they bought radio and so on, consumer goods, and suddenly they were penniless and landless. So they would collect in the city of Dezful, and they began to oppose, and they began to make noises and demonstrate against the government. I know for a fact that and this was kept extremely quiet.
I was going to say, I never heard about it.
Oh yes, this was kept extremely quiet. The London Economist wrote about this, oddly enough. It was kept extremely quiet, and they used, I think, Savak and the army jointly, and it cleared the place up, so to speak. They used guns. They put them to the sword. 100 some odd people were killed. Many people were arrested. But it was a very well controlled, very well operated type of thing, which bore very little resemblance to what happened in Goma and Tabriz later on. Even that the efficiency that they had at that time, they didn't have it in the later years, the Savak and the army. We knew about this. We knew that was possible. They had tasted that. Despite, I still don't understand. Well, as the situation unfolded, as the Qom incident took place, as Amuzgar came on into the government, and I'd like to say a few words about Amuzgar. I must say a few words about him. I never doubted this man's personal, technical, managerial competence. I'd watched this man for years. This individual was an extremely well-trained, alas, engineer. He did think in those terms, but now, slowly, he had learned about economics also. And I assure you that he was better in understanding economics than 90% of the economists I knew in Iran. I want to say this certainly as a credit to the man, because he had great intelligence. He does have great intelligence. But never, because in fact of the type of training he had received in these years, and because in fact he had lasted as long as he had in the government setup, I think he was totally callous to the real politique of Iran. Not callous in the sense that he didn't want to know, no. He had never specialized in it. He had never understood it. He had dealt night and day, as he was a very hard worker also, night and day, with totally other types of problems, rather than with hard political problems. He had really never even done something that I would have done within even that setup, and that's to develop over the, let's say, nearly 30 years of his background in government. Well, not quite 30 years, certainly 26, 7 years before he became Prime Minister, to develop a real group that were faithful to him, like Dr. Amini had. He never had a group around him. Maybe he knew if he did, the Shah would not have favored him very well. But there wasn't a group of believers around Amuzgar, so to speak. Whereas Dr. Amini from the very beginning, always. Whether you like Dr. Amini or not, but the man was a political animal, you see. This was the difference between the two guys. And the circumstances called, not for a technocrat, not for a PhD from Cornell, as Dr. Amuzgar has, necessarily, not for a man who has served all his life in the technocracy of that country or in the development of that country, and I do give him all this type of credit. But by God, it called for a man of political savvy, of political know-how, and he doesn't have it. The Rex cinema is my best example. Whatever was the cause, it's still being debated. We still don't know. At least I don't know. And I would swear, by everything I believe in, that Dr. Amuzgar was just as surprised about it as anyone else. In other words, there are those who say it was the government plot. I wouldn't reject that it could have been a Savak plot. But I would swear that Dr. Amuzgar could not have known. The reason I swear is because one of my own men who worked with me for years in plan organization was the governor at the time in Khuzestan, And he told me in so many words that even to him, it was surprised when I talked to him after the revolution, at length. Namazi, Bagher Namazi. Bagher was one of my bright men in the plan organization. I brought him from earlier days to the plan, and then subsequently Dr. Musgar had, when he was Minister of Interior, he had taken him and then appointed him to the governorship of Khuzestan after Salehi. And the man, again, a beautiful man with a great background in social sciences, but not a politician. Bagher Namazi, who was the governor, I talked to him extensively. He certainly didn't have the slightest notion about what's going on. He was right there. And from the substance of all of his discussions, it was impossible for Amuzgar to have known what happened. But the way he handled the thing, it was very unpolitician-like. And I use the word politician here not in any derogatory way. He just sat around. I would have immediately jumped, Hoveyda would have immediately jumped and declared that day a great day of national mourning. I would have taken the whole of the cabinet down there. I would have sat there with the whole of the cabinet and all the SAVAG agents and the governor and everybody until I found what was going on, what was behind this whole matter. He didn't do this. He just sort of wavered for 3 or 4 days and then resigned, of course. You remember, he went out a few days after Cinema Rex. And I certainly would have liked to see a different treatment, even if he was about to resign, even if the circumstances for his resignation was unrelated to Rex Cinema. By the way, I heard at that time, and subsequently I've heard, that he had tried to resign 2 or 3 times, which I don't understand. Of course, when one decides to resign, one should really resign. Resignation is a final act. It's like death. Trying to resign, I don't understand it. Maybe he had simply gone and told the Shah, sir, if you don't have any confidence in me anymore, I better leave, or the circumstances are such that I better leave, and the Shah would say, no, stay on a little more, we shall see what happens, etc. Now that's not resignation in my judgment. He should have resigned much earlier, and very sharply, much earlier. Because I think when he resigned, it was too late. The situation was out of hand.
Wasn't it said that people in latter years of the regime could not resign and they would just be discharged, and the act of resignation didn't really exist? Is that true?
Look, at least in my own case, you say latter years. I wasn't hurt. Well, I was hurt in a way that I suppose I lost all my chances of entering into the government a year later at that time. But I had no such worries. Nobody hurt me when I resigned. Nobody put me to jail when I resigned. As a matter of fact, I was able to go and become chairman of a bank. And you know, the businessmen were very concerned not to put somebody in there that the government did not like or would go against. Nothing happened to me. I resigned. But of course, Prime Minister is a different story. I'm not saying that my resignation was the same as Prime Minister's resignation. Prime Minister's resignation has many consequences, whereas resignation of a member of the government like myself does not have the same consequences. You just go out and they put in somebody else. I understand that aspect. And I'm not saying Al-Muzagar could have easily resign as I did. But the circumstances called, in my judgment, for his resignation, in the sense that they should have all walked out. This whole group should have all walked out. A whole new group should have come, and he should have done it much earlier, if he had any political sense about the situation. I am not one of those people who are overly critical, overly harsh about the way people I've worked with, certainly. I really want to say that, in retrospect, with the help of hindsight, I see it that way. Maybe Amuzgar himself sees it now that way. I haven't seen him, I haven't talked to him. Perhaps if he had recognized the situation was bad, that was beyond his power to control, and he was the Prime Minister, I still keep on repeating, he should have stopped. He should have quit. I think he would have made a better name for himself in history than the way he continued. In a sense, his government, his whole government, was a lame duck type of government, you know, the way it turned out. They never had a chance to carry out any reform programs that they wanted to do. Right shortly after Amuzgar took over, and apparently certain signals were reaching the Shah regarding the situation in the country, this inspectorate was set up, and they were, instead of spending their time in front of the parliament, they were spending their time in front of this inspectorate hours after hours after hours, which was a circus on television, you remember. And these poor ministers were constantly, they were our friends, we knew them, we visited them. They were constantly preparing their briefs or reviewing their briefs to go and sit before the Imperial Inspectorate on television and answer to the questions that were raised by these generals and colonels and so on, who had investigated projects and so forth. My God, the whole thing was a real circus. There wasn't the slightest amount of politics involved here, except what was interesting as far as the people were watching was that, all right, here is a government that the Shah has appointed himself. And now he's bringing this government before the public, showing how incompetent they are. I mean, there was a real conflict there. It was a meaningless thing, a senseless thing. Amuzgar should have resigned at least when the inspectorate was set up, and when he learned about the purpose of the inspectorate. He was Prime Minister, even at the cost of having his head chopped off. Easily said, I know. But he was Prime Minister. Well, anyway, Cinema Rex, and before that, of course, Qom and Tabriz were very clear indications of what was happening in the country, and indication in other sense that the government didn't have any more the competence or the control. The government was not anymore in charge. There was a great deal of debate going on already in connection with Tabriz. I happened to learn later on as to what ought to be done and what could be done. The government was torn. The Shah could not resolve the issue quickly and in a balanced way within the government and the security forces. And the thing, of course, exploded the way it did. Totally mishandled. Again, with hindsight, I say it, I'm not sure how I would have behaved if I were under those circumstances. I really want to repeat this so that posterity won't think that this is unconsidered criticism. Only I can say that with the help of hindsight. I don't know how I would have done, what I would have done if I were under those circumstances. I suppose the only thing I would have done is just walked out. I don't know if I found that I was bound to bear responsibility for that, and at the end of the day, it will be left to the chaos that happened. Now, around
meeting with anyone, discussing these issues that you're discussing now with friends, associates?
There were generally two groups. Not groups, well. One was people like, let's say, Dr. Amini, that I would go to. His home was close enough to me. I'd just walk in, sit down, and talk to him. He was very busy those days. I'd go to him at odd times, lunch or sometimes late in the afternoon and so on, because lots of people were coming to his home. And
even at that time?
Yeah. But now I'm talking about, these are at the end of Amuzagar, during Sharif Imami period. And he was getting very active. The other group were a sort of group of people that I felt were liberal intellectuals of the country, you know. Just, I would invite them to my home. They would come in groups of, let's say, 5, 6, 10, or we would meet somebody else's home sometimes, just to discuss and ask, try to analyze what's going on, develop scenarios, you know. What will happen? Well, this was the beginning from the beginning of Sharif Imami, and these discussions continued right, but the end of Amuzagar, during Sharif Imami, Azhari, but by the time it reached Bakhtiyar, the group did not meet anymore. The situation had already become really final. What is interesting that I want to record, again, and perhaps it's a very sad phenomenon, is that, in my judgment, some of the brightest people in the country, some of them in charge of important affairs and some out of the government, would meet and we will develop scenarios as to what happened. Not a one person, not a one scenario came out to be anywhere near the truth, near to reality, not truth, near to what actually took place when the revolution came. If anybody told you that they could foresee this situation as early as all that, oh yes, we foresaw, or we discussed severe changes, we even discussed the Shah's departure. But none of us could conceive the present situation, could perceive the present situation. That is what happened subsequently, and this total takeover by a man like Khomeini, and the total takeover by the fundamentalists of the political establishment, so to speak, in the country, and how easily they could take over the establishment. None of us. We never believed that the army would activate it. We never believed that they will just go back into their barracks and wait until somebody comes and takes them to the guillotine. We thought groups of them, particular divisions, certainly the Guard, the Imperial Guard, would put up a fight. We simply, if we had any indications, we were feeling that there will be a takeover by some military groups. None of us believed that just Bazargan will come and take over and you know, the whole thing will be all right. And that Khomeini will come and go to Qom. But on the other hand, we never saw that there will be a situation that Khomeini will come and take such total power over the affairs, and the mullahs will take such control of the management of the country, as in fact they did. None of these bright people could foresee this. We operated within our boxes, within our molds of thought. We didn't see these possibilities. It was that far from our mind that Iran, the way it was, could be taken over and operated by a bunch of mullahs who had no notion about the world. That certainly Iran could not be operated without some kind of modern management. But then we have seen what happened. But it goes to show you that when you're too close, you often only see the trees and you fail to see the whole of the forest. You know, we discussed individuals, we discussed institutions, we discussed the Shah, we discussed Khomeini as a character, as an actor, to be sure. We discussed Amini as an actor, we discussed Bazargan as an actor. But we couldn't see the total situation. We couldn't predict the total situation. Nobody did. Nobody did. If anybody told you, I saw the whole thing, it's just a story.
What was the purpose of this group? Were you going to report to somebody, or was it
No. The purpose, we were interested citizens collecting around each other. We said, all right, what has gone wrong? What has happened? What's happening? What will happen to Iran? We were concerned citizens.
But that was quite unusual for Iran, for this kind of a group to take.
Oh, it was taking place. A lot of groupings were happening at that time, you know, lots of them. I mean, after all, lots of other groups were meeting. Don't forget, this is the time when various parties, various writers were writing openly, various parties were coming into being. We never talked among us that we should set up a political party, but we were just as interested to find out. Sometimes, of course, the discussion would deteriorate to fixing blames and this type of thing. Sometimes no, very often. But there were good analysis of the past during these meetings. And then we discussed the question of position of Iran and the relationship of powers, of the superpowers to Iran. We discussed what would America do under certain circumstances, what would Russia would do under certain circumstances.
Did you have any official sanction for these meetings?
None whatsoever. None whatsoever.
Weren't you just the usual, the previous concerns of
not in the slightest.
Reports being given?
Not in the slightest. Not in the slightest. Because this is the time of Sharif Imami, you know, and it had gone beyond that anymore, beyond that fear anymore. Nasiri was out, And Muqaddam, as the head of SAVAK, had developed a very liberal approach to these things. You know, was trying to, at least, the poor man. By the way, I'd seen him once or twice, Muqaddam, in the earlier years. I found him to be something like Pakravan, for whom I had great respect. As an intellectual, as Pakravan I'm saying, as an intellectual, as a decent man, although he was the head of SAVAK. But I think Pakravan, my God, after Bakhtiyar, made SAVAK almost popular. It was after Nasiri that again, you know, we went back to the period of Bakhtiyar and the approaches of Bakhtiyar to things. Pakravan was a highly westernized, intellectual, decent, non-violent type of an individual. He was a general, to be sure, but this was his nature. He was a historian, mathematician. Muqaddam was of his school. In fact, that's one reason why he was, after Pakravan, he went into the shadows to such great extent. It was only later on that Muqaddam slowly was coming back to the limelight and ultimately became the head. Sabati was a young, I think to a great extent, egoist. Great egoist. Muqaddam was a calmer, more decent type. Anyway,
they represented two different schools, and
I believe that. I believe there was a great conflict between the two in the SAVAK. I believe that.
So for a time they were both in the SAVAK?
And I think the Shah, in appointing Muqaddam, was really, in a way, his hands were forced by the circumstances, not by any one individual, to appoint a man who could quiet things down rather than, you know. Now maybe he was wrong altogether at that time. He should have appointed another Nasiri to start cleaning up the whole situation. It's amazing how history has twists in it. Again, perhaps Muqaddam should have been appointed 3 years before that date, you know, to calm the whole situation, to begin to give more freedoms, to begin to. These things have to come gradual. These things you cannot give overnight, you know.
Can you comment on the rumors that for a while there was a conflict within the SAVAK, and perhaps this conflict was reflecting itself in some of the disturbances and so on that were taking place? Do you have any sort of direct knowledge?
I have no contact with either Muqaddam. Don't forget, I was out of government. The reason I knew Muqaddam and Sabati was when I was in government, and there was no doubt that we would come across them. Muqaddam from earlier years, but Sabati all during the time I was in plan organization, was in charge. And after all every agency had a security officer, and we had to clear people with SAVAK for appointments, so forth. And we had our run-in with SAVAK all the time regarding individuals and so on. Bright young individuals with federation backgrounds coming from United States, you know, and SAVAK would say no, then we will write back again to SAVAK saying, look, I will guarantee the man, etc. I had such occasions many times. I was out. I was in the bank. What I heard, however, was from people who would in fact visit them and ask them for advice, what they're supposed to do, such as industrialists, bankers, and so on. And, well, the story I heard, that Sabati had made a proposal to the Shah, would the Shah, when Tabriz, before Tabriz broke out, SAVAK knew completely about it. SAVAK knew it would happen. Had gone to the Shah, had proposed to give them a week and allow them to arrest some people, not shooting and so on. But it's a sad commentary on lack of coordination even at the security level in our country, and perhaps in the way that you're referring to the conflict. With the story I heard, that the Shah says, all right, go ahead. And that within the mosque in Tabriz, there were some 3,000 security people with guns, in civilian clothes, of course, with hidden guns. But this is what story I get. And Sadak had requested the Shah to keep the army out, to order the army, keep the army out. That they would handle things in that manner. And they were prepared for it. As it were. The minute the demonstrations got started in the mosque and so on, either the governor ordered and took responsibility, who was, by the way, an uncle of Amuzagar, or the army generals just got too excited about the whole situation, started to shoot at the crowd, including the security agents who were killed at that time. Some of them, yes. This is what's very interesting. Some of the security agents within the group were shot dead. Just by mistake, you know. Because they look like any other civilian to the army people. There was a great deal of this type of thing, and that is why I suppose Sabati very early in the game quit and ran away, knew that his day had ended, saved his neck that way. Muqaddam's neck was not saved, he was shot dead. You know, when we talk about conflicts of this sort, I wish I could say the situation was always a clear case of a serious policy debate. It's not necessarily always that. Very often this is mixed with personal jealousies and personal relationships. One goes against another just because he wants to take the position of the other, just because he doesn't like the other, or very often it's just because lack of proper management and coordination. Even when there has been agreement, the parties may make mistakes, like in the case of Tabriz, and mess up the whole situation. You know, we always in our mind, especially when we teach, especially at these universities, we talk about policies as if these policies were, you know, properly discussed and they went through a great process and they were well rooted, understood by everybody, and the information regarding the policy was properly spread to all the related agencies or agents, and that on that basis then proper policy will be carried out. And if it wasn't, it was because policy, there was something wrong with the policy itself. Well, very often policy is just a nomenclature. It's just an empty word, an empty box. There were 6 policies, there were 7 policies being carried out, whether by mistake or by intent or purpose. A man would decide to do something, you know, unaware of what was the policy at the center. Even as late as 78, Iranian government had not successfully developed a proper process of policy proposal, discussion, formulation, implementation. Not only in connection with economics and economic development of the country, about which we talked earlier, even in connection with security, which was so important, presumably, to the heart of the establishment and to the heart of the elite, power elite. Even in connection with the defense of the country, for God's sakes, I'm suggesting to you. There's a war between the heads of the forces. personal jealousies among the generals who headed, let's say, the army, the navy, the air force. There wasn't really a proper, systematic, to the very end. It was sort of a personal approach, and the Shah, it seems, either liked it or didn't know any other way of doing things. I think it was a combination. He both liked this personal approach where every general would run to him, and this meant to the depth of the 7th in command, 8th in command, 10th in command even, would run to him and ask him, "What shall I do, sir? Your Majesty, what shall I do?" And he would tell him something, and he would carry that out, because the words of the Shah were supposed to be the final words, and God knows there were conflicts. I'm sure, for example, the man in charge of Tabriz, the commander of Tabriz,
Commander of the army.
Of the army in Tabriz, had direct resort to call the Shah at his palace and say, "Your Majesty, give me my orders. This is what's happening here. What shall I do?" He will exaggerate the situation or something. Shah, all right, go get him. Go get him, boy. In spite of the fact that a week earlier, for all I know, he may have even forgotten that. These are not recorded. These are not... this was this tragedy of the situation. It wasn't... There was no proper, in some real sense of the word, as we understand it in other countries with which we are familiar. Quite aside from intents to sabotage, by the way, quite aside from that, I'm saying, there was no real process of policy. Now, when I, for example, think in terms of, let me go back to, let's say, discussions that I had with Dr. Amini. All right. What did I learn from that situation? He was an elder statesman of the country, without a doubt. Fairly good name. Mind you, his good name primarily emanated from the fact that in the public opinion he had stood to some extent for constitutional control of the Shah. I think he had very ably created that impression. And that another factor was that he had very ably stood for participation, ably at least created the impression that he stood for participation of people in government. A third factor was that he was always known to have played an intelligent role, at least I use the word intelligent purposefully here, an intelligent role with the cleric, with the mullahs. He was always known as a man who had good liaison with the mullahs, who could handle the mullahs, who could negotiate with the mullahs rather well. After all, don't forget, Fakhruddin's mother had a great mosque in her name, and he would regularly visit that mosque, which was in sort of the part of town where the lower income groups and lower middle income groups lived. And he circulated among them. He circulated among the bazaris. He had some kind of a base of this sort, religion. I'm talking about Bazaris purposefully as separate from industrialists and the modern sector. He continued to deal with the sort of traditional sector of the bazaar. So he was a natural candidate at the time of a crisis. But you see, one of the basic problems was that this crisis unfolded so fast, so quickly, and reached a conclusion so fast and so unexpectedly that there was no time for anybody even to begin to align his forces. Even if we assume they had such forces backing them. A man like Dr. Amini, from the time that he felt he could do these things, for years, he sat in his home inactive, until the time that the whole thing broke. It was a very short period of time. I would say 8 months, 10 months, a year maximum. And it wasn't enough for these negotiations, for these political realignments within the society, to bring about a coalition of some sort, a political, social coalition of some sort, economic coalition of some sort, to enable him to govern the country. Well, he couldn't. To the end, Dr. Amini, in my judgment, had not succeeded. It was too fast, too quickly, and this was the tragedy of the whole thing. If only men like Dr. Amini, or I don't know, Sadiqi, or Saleh, or these men who had good names, and so, or Sanjabi for that matter, or others, were allowed a modicum of freedom of movement in the earlier years. Maybe now, during crisis, they could have moved faster. They could have realigned their groups. They could have got together. They could have found a base. They could have operated from that base. But that was my impression. Dr. Amini was working feverishly, trying to find prime ministers acceptable to the Shah on the one side, on the other side trying to get groups to support. I remember him, I was asking him this question. I said, why can't you get together with the National Front people? He talked to me like a father. He said, Khudadad, please believe me, and this is the gospel truth, by God, he said, I haven't found two of National Front leaders who can agree with each other. There was no time. Iranians, in heat, people begin to have reactions, not considered thought. Even people, presumably of the same political leanings, were having just reactions. Their movements were not calculated movements. They were not planned movements. They had no basis. They just threw out opinions. That was the real tragedy in the situation. None of these people who may have been able, and I'm not saying they would have, I'm saying who may have been able to save the situation, had really the time. And I think by that time the Shah wanted them to save the situation, would have agreed. He asked Dr. Amini 2-3 times. This I know for a fact. I was there, Charlie. I mean, I really was there to become prime minister. And Dr. Amini knew he couldn't form a government. No, he told me, he said, I cannot form a government.
What would it have taken to form a government?
He knew he had to get various elements. He knew it was just not enough. He had to get various elements together. It would have really been a coalition government he was after.
He wasn't willing to just become...
Exactly. He was known as an ambitious man who would do anything to become prime minister. His enemies always said that. I watched the man during, and I will say this for posterity, during this period of time, where he was trying very hard. And he said, what government? Who can govern? You know, these were basic questions in the man's mind. Now the man was too old to be just dying to become prime minister, for heaven's sakes. Nobody wanted to become prime minister unless you had a real calling to become prime minister. Who could have controlled the workers in Abadan who had already gone on strike? Intizam, who was, by the way, another candidate of, not himself directly, but a proposed candidate to become prime minister, was the head of the oil company, and I watched him on television. The representative of workers from Abadan came and stood in front of him. We all watched this on television. The representative of workers said, sir, the only way you can get us to go back to work is to go to Paris and get permission from Paris. That meant from Khomeini. We saw this. Now mind you, what is the sense in Dr. Amini become prime minister and be there like Sharif Imami for a month and then literally be kicked out after a month? Or like unfortunate, poor general that Azhari, who was never even, in my judgment, fit to become even Minister of War under some free circumstances, because he wasn't a great decision maker. He had never learned to be a decision maker. He was an actor of some sort. Man like Bakhtiyar would only be found, would only decide, would only come too late. And then, as a result, in my judgment, of an illusion, pure illusion. Truly, Bakhtiyar, when he accepted to become prime minister, he must have labored on the basis of pure illusion that he could get a political base at that late hour, that by getting the king out of the country, he would succeed in rallying all other elements, including the army, behind him. I was sitting in the man's office the very last day, Bakhtiyar's office, the very last day. He was begging. Rabi to get a few planes up to start showing some power. He was begging the head of the army. Who was heading the Badri? Not Badri, no. He didn't talk to Badri. He talked on the phone. I was sitting there. That was the last day when town was taken over by the rebels, all completely.
Rahimi maybe.
He was talking to Rahimi. No, Rahimi was already out. Too late for Rahimi. No. Who was the chief of staff? The Qarabaqi. And Qarabaqi would say, told him, sir, we have had a meeting, we have made a decision. That was the famous decision of the army to go back to the barracks. And that day, later on, of course, everybody ran into the barracks, burned the barracks, killed the soldiers, etc., and got all the guns out of the barracks.
Did you consider joining Bakhtiyar to help him while he was prime minister as a sort of a last chance to do something? Or what was your personal involvement in all this? Aside from talking to Dr. Amini or these groups once in a while, what?
First, let me be very honest with you. I knew that I may be a liability. I honestly sense this. I'll tell you this, I've never said this before. But this is for history. Sadly, I felt this in my own heart. There'd be a liability because I'm called فرمانفرمائیان. By the time Bakhtiyar came, I knew what was going on. I knew it wasn't our day anymore. I sensed that. I knew they had to go elsewhere. I knew because I told you that even earlier I believed in this. That it wasn't the group. Not only being a فرمانفرمائیان, one, having a name, a very well-known name. Two, having been part and parcel of that whole technocracy and bureaucracy, an important part of it. I had not been yet forgotten. Don't forget, I was the head of plan organization, I was the head of the bank. Not that I'm saying I didn't serve the country, by God, during our period I firmly believe we really served that country. And if I were to be put back again, I still can do a better job than so many others who may be doing it today. I don't care where they come from. Because we understood things. We still understand things. We needed a little political teaching. We were never given the opportunity of becoming political. You know, that was the sad part of it. So I felt our day was over. This country needed a different type of government. This country really needed some true political animals to govern it. People who had a base of the masses, among the masses. I wouldn't fool myself to think I had a base among the masses. I had a base. My God, my base was very small. There were 100 young PhDs, 200. No, 500. If I want to raise my ego, I'll say 1,000. People who truly believed in me and swore by me as a first-class person. But I wasn't known to the country. And you needed people who were known to the codes. The Baluch should be known in throughout the country before you can become a member of such a new government that's supposed to save the country. Each one of those people should have had a real political backing. That's why I say that Bakhtiyar lived on an illusion. He, by the way, himself, I love him, I have great respect for the man. He's a man with great courage. But you know, the illusion was this, that these people thought, because they were out of politics for 30 years, because they somehow had some relation with Mossadegh or association with Mossadegh, that was enough to run this country now after 30 years, for heaven's sakes. Bakhtiyar himself was not all that well known among people. Probably, if he had taken a survey in the country as who is Shapur Bakhtiyar, there would have been very few people who would have even heard of that name. Maybe if you had done this 30 years ago during Mossadegh, a lot more people would have known about him. But even then, of course, he was in junior position. Or Sadiqi. These are tragedies of our society. Or Saleh. They had sat in their homes for 30 years. Not only that this new generation, these young people, did not know them. For that matter, they didn't know Mossadegh. You see, this is the tragedy that took place. They didn't learn about our history. They didn't know the men of our country. Politics was never there in the sense of people knowing about what is going on in the country. as time passed, the extent of political participation became less and less. It kept on moving towards the center and limited only to the name of the Shah, or at best the Prime Minister, that's all. Two people. Throughout the country, the youth, throughout the country, and I'm not only talking about those who were at the university and revolted. Surely if you had asked those very people who are now fighting in the fronts in Iraq, these young people, who is Mossadegh? They do not know who Mossadegh is. Now, how would they have they known who Bakhtiyar was? How would they have supported him? Could Bakhtiyar, by just one simple act of sending the Shah out of the country, could he just by doing that take over the country and run the country? Well, that was very sad. Anyway,
what were you doing in his office?
I went to his office over. I wanted a letter from him. Public prosecutor had cleared me. Do you remember there was a list of people who sent money?
You mentioned that.
Yeah. Public prosecutor had cleared me and had subsequently applied to Azhari and his Minister of Justice, written to them, wrote to Bakhtiyar and his Minister of Justice, who was the same, by the way. A very nice man. What was his name?
Najafi.
Najafi. Very nice. And they simply, I wanted a letter. I remember Azhari saying, "Sir, I'll give you your passport immediately. Why don't you just go on a trip?" He was telling me outright. I said, "I do not want to leave the country. I do not want a passport. I've come here for you to give me a letter saying I was cleared. You, public prosecutor, Minister of Justice, it doesn't matter to me. As long as you give me a document," because there was this document. "Give me a letter, because I want to send a copy of this letter to my daughter who's at Stanford and who's wondering about this, to my son, yes, and to my friends, and I want to keep this for my records." That day of all days, I'd called earlier, and Bakhtiyar had given me an appointment. Bakhtiyar knew me rather well because his brother worked with me for years. Rasul Bakhtiyar, was a wonderful person, wonderful person. Rasul was one of my deputies at the plan organization. And I went there to ask him this. But as it were, I developed such sympathy because during the hour and a half that I sat there, this poor man, as he said, and he said it in English, by the way, he said, "To be or not to be is the question." He was saying that. These were his own words that I heard from his own lips. When I was sitting in his office, I could hear the shooting going on in town. Constantly his secretary, his assistant, Mr. Moshiri, would come in and say, Moshiri Yazdi, would come in and say, "Sir, they have taken over the gun factory at Doshan Tepe, they have taken over the central police, they have taken over this and that and such, and they're moving towards Prime Minister's office."
This is Robida's old room?
This is Robida's old room. That's right. Azhari is the same place. They're moving towards. By the way, in the morning when I came in, there were tanks, machine guns, soldiers all around Prime Minister's office. And Bakhtiyar was, I said at the end of the day, I never asked him for the letter. I said, "I've come here to give you a gift, and I'm going to leave." I decided it was no use at this time for me to ask him for such a matter. I'd written to him already, by the way. Because the man was fighting for his life. This was true. He was fighting for his life at that very day, at that very moment. That's the day he couldn't finish his lunch. The minute I left, when I left, it was about 12 o'clock. His lunch was brought in, and it remained. He had to run away at that time.
Did he look scared?
He was as calm as they come. I admired him tremendously. He was smiling. He was quieting down his own assistant. That's why he has great qualities, this man does, Bakhtiar. I say he, but you know, men with great quality can still live on an illusion. I said, I have a gift to give you. He said, what is it? I said, it's a prayer. And it's in English. May I give it to you in English? I will translate it for you in Persian. He said, I understand English enough. And he did. He spoke English. Although his whole training was in French, you know. He was in France and so on. But the man was a literate man. Marvelous the way he spoke. You remember his speeches. I enjoyed him very much. And this was the prayer I gave him. I said, and I'd learned this prayer years ago, and it's attributed to Pastor Newber, if I'm not mistaken. It goes like this: Oh God, give me the serenity to accept what cannot be changed, the courage to change what can be changed, and the wisdom to know one from the other. He liked my prayer. I proceeded still to translate into Persian for him, and I got up and I kissed him and I said goodbye to him. I haven't seen him since, and that's the day he ran away. Too late, too thin, no base, pure illusion. The whole thing shattered so quickly, so easily. The whole thing was so brittle. But the man was extremely sincere from the very beginning. He's a very decent person. Now, we had many like that. That's the sad part. That is the tragedy. Within that society, we had men who could have become far better in terms of maintaining political stability, I'm saying. I'm not talking about now who can talk economic jargon better, or who can I don't know, manage a project better. No. In terms of political stability, there were men in that society who could have done better, certainly, than Hoveyda in his last years. Hoveyda had his role in the earlier years. But in the later years, I don't know, let's say late 60s, early 70s, certainly immediately after OPEC, you needed a political hand, a strong political hand in the country. There were men like Bakhtiar who could have been groomed for that post, who could have been allowed to go and organize himself to get support. Lots of men. My judgment, you know, we always talk about there was nobody. There were men. Where did Bakhtiar? I didn't know the man. He suddenly came and I saw him and I loved him. And then I listened to his speeches before the parliament. He sounded like an old parliamentarian. I don't know where he had got this talent. I mean, he did have the talent, for heaven's sakes. Never to be given the chance to use it, to develop it, so that he will be there for the crisis to save the country. That was a tragedy. Same with Dr. Amini. But it wasn't that man. Let me not praise him let me simply say that elder statesmen who had so much experience, let me just coach in my description of him in these words. A man who had long experience. A man certainly who wasn't a rebel, who didn't want to overthrow the Shah for heaven's sakes, and the Shah knew this. The Shah knew this. After all, I never considered Dr. Amini a rebel to the left, a revolutionary for heaven's sakes. Now, don't forget about his background. For years he told me, for years and years and years, that this roof is going to fall upon us, and when it falls, it will include all of us. And he's been telling that to the Shah all the time. He didn't separate himself from that much from the establishment. He wanted to reform the establishment. He wanted to link it to people. He wanted to link it to centers of power within our society, such as the mullahs to a great extent. Obviously, you couldn't ignore the mullahs. Obviously, now we see. Now we know. I mean, modernism or Westernism had its limits. Should have allowed a modicum of our own traditions and cultures and the whole thing. And Dr. Amini was that. I don't consider him a rebel. Certainly Bakhtiyar was not a rebel. But the Shah, anything that was associated with the name of Mossadegh, or anything smelled of Mossadegh, like Amini, he suspected, he hated. All, I think I've said this before, all during the time that I have been present when he spoke on occasions that related somehow to the events of Mossadegh time, he could not use the word Mossadegh, never the name, always that man. Sad. When you operate a country, you cannot afford to become that personal. You have to allow younger trees to grow. You have to allow a certain amount of opposition. And you cannot become that much center of things. You can hold power. But you have to allow some fail-safe mechanism to fall back on when the time requires it. We didn't have it. So those are my thoughts. I mean, about the revolution, as best as I'm sure at other occasions I may think of other things as well, but maybe you...
Could we spend this last half hour of today's session, if you could describe the events subsequent to the revolution. Once the revolution had occurred, how did it affect your life? What happened to you? How soon did you come into contact with the realities of the revolution?
Well, well, obviously, when there were demonstrations in the street, obviously after Black Friday, after that Monday or Saturday, I meant to say, where they burned up the Bank Melli branch, where people marched and burning shops and so on. And after the Shah comes out and says, I have heard you. After the Shah leaves the country, after the people rush the barracks and take the guns in their hands. after Khomeini arrives, after the shooting takes place, in the attack on the television, well, obviously I felt that.
How did you feel?
The revolution is here. Obviously I felt that the control in the hands of others. Well, I felt certainly this from my family, and I acted. In December, after the Black Friday. No, sorry, not after Black Friday. No. After Eid al-Fitr, namaz and so on. No. When the burning of the bank. I'm talking about early in December. I packed my family, including my grandchildren, send them off, telling my wife, fearing for my wife, because she's an American, fearing for her, that she may be attacked, because she had described to me a situation in the bazaar in Shemiran where she had gone to shop, and that really scared me because they had blocked her car, and she had just using a soft language with the people and so on, slowly edged out of there. Well, somebody could have thrown a stone at her, somebody could have pulled her out of the car, burned the car, or this type of thing. So I feared for her, but also I felt the circumstances were such that at least I should not have to worry about my family. And I sent them out to London, telling them, look, why don't you go just for a 2 or 3 weeks vacation, and I'll be in touch with you. When the situation quiets down, you can come back. I had that sense, and I acted on that immediately. About myself, I don't know. I keep on asking myself, why didn't I do something about it? Why didn't I leave at that time? Why didn't I leave later? Before it was impossible for me to leave formally. The only answer I have is somehow I was waiting and saying to myself that there'll be a proper government in the country, a new liberal government in the country. Even that, to that moment we were fooling ourselves, thinking, I was at least. I'm saying I was now. Others, I don't know. And I wanted to sit there. I wanted to watch the whole thing. Furthermore, I said to myself, after all, I'm very clean. Don't worry about anything. I don't have any reason to go. And this is a time where the presence of individuals such as myself may be essential for the country. But also let me tell you something that left an effect, and I have not told this to others. One day, I guess it was early during Sharif Mami period, I was given a call by Afshar.
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
No. Afshar was now
Aslan
was now the Chamberlain, the man who was in charge of the court. Grand Chamberlain, I suppose you can call him. Give me a call and said, oddly enough, he said, do you want to see the Shah? I said, yes, of course I'd see the Shah. And I went to him. This is in the last 3 months, more or less, before he left, I saw him 3 times, and this was the first time. He said, tell me, the Shah, is everybody running away? I said, sir, some people are bound to run away and some people will stay. I didn't say everybody was running away, although this was more or less, everybody who was anybody was sort of preparing to do that. This remained in my heart. You know, this man it was a sad question he asked me, and the way he asked me. That, oh yes, at this time they're all running away when they ought to be staying, you see. I guess this affected me. This was a factor in my psyche, that I am not the type who would run away. Now, what this means, I don't know. But the reality, as I can recall, was that I was sitting in my home. I didn't know if I left, leaving my home, what would happen. And I saw no reason to leave my home. There was nobody there to take care of things anyway. And the bank, earlier I had resigned my post to the chairman, and I consulted the main shareholder, the majority shareholder of the bank, and I said, it is proper that I should resign at this time. This is now 6 months before. 6 months, easily. Before March 21st, when automatically my tenure would have been finished, and either I should have been re-elected or I would have been out. He said, sir, please don't leave at this time, because there'll be all kinds of rumors about it and so on. Why don't you just take a vacation and go out of the country? The man told me this. I said, no, I'm not going to leave the bank. Either I have no responsibility, or I'll stay on like this. But my own choice is to resign. He really begged me. And I did stay on. To the point where I was signing just by myself for the whole of the board of directors. It wasn't legal, but I was doing it. It wasn't legal in the sense that the decisions were not decisions of the board, but in the absence of the board. The managing director and I were signing because we wanted the affairs of the bank to continue, and then we would put a note there that subsequently this should be approved by the other members of the bank. If I'm not mistaken, there were 1 or 2 other members of the board present in Tehran, would find them and they would sign too. So we would still would not have a majority signature, we would have had 3 signatures out of 12 or something. But they all had gone. But the rest of them had left the country. That was another responsibility I felt, that I should remain to the end, and I did remain to the very end of nationalization, when the bank was nationalized and and my term was finished anyway, formally, and a new man was appointed by the government. And even after that, the man came over and had me sign the balance sheet of the year. Maybe also some natural curiosity, but sitting there and watching to see what happens. But I think, above all, it was a pride that prevented me. I wasn't one of those who run away. Maybe I'm complimenting myself by saying that. But I don't really see any other reason why I didn't leave the country. Probably if I had left the country at that time, I would have been doing better today, probably, in terms of my own personal circumstances. I was hurt deeply during the the year and some odd months that I stayed after revolution, before I ran away. Once during my stay in Iran, I made proper application, however, to the police, full and proper application for a passport and a visa to live. They rejected me, of course. They rejected. You talked about what was going on at nights, you know, after, of course, the Shah had gone and Khomeini had taken over and so on, the attacks on homes and taking people away. And one day, of course, I was sitting and having lunch at the house of Mr. Foroughi. There must have been about 20 of us on a Wednesday. Like every Wednesday, we would go there for lunch. It was a family gathering. Suddenly, they rushed us. 10 people with machine guns into the house. They took us in a bus, arrested all of us, men and women. I remember Masoud Foroughi, who had Parkinson's disease or some form, very advanced. He died shortly after. Fainted and fell. They left him there with Mrs. Foroughi to take care of him. But the rest of us they took.
This was the first time you came in contact with
direct, yes. And they kept us in a bus. Somehow, we had different versions. One said that we were told Bakhtiar is in this house. By the way, when we came out, we saw half of the town standing there watching this whole affair. They had made plans, they had blocked the streets and so on. After all, they may have thought that. Well, they took us to prison. They took us first to Khomeini's, where he was staying. After that, they took us to the prison, which was at the Ministry of Justice downtown. And subsequently, that night, because there were no indictment against us, formal indictment, the man in charge of prison refused to hold us and released us. We went home. From then on, I told myself, I've got to be careful. So I behaved with a very low profile. I stayed at home, wouldn't go out anywhere. And near Nowruz, I needed a haircut very badly. I remember my hair, but just had become so long. And I always went to Hilton to get a hair. And also there was, I remember a tennis professional with whom I always played, and I had paid him in advance to the end of the year. And the poor man felt that he must repay his debt, and he used to call me regularly, and I refused to go play. So this particular day he calls me and says, please, I assure you, everything is fine. All is stable at the club. We can go. They're all my own friends.
Imperial Club?
Yeah, this is the Imperial Club. And the Imperial Club is very close to my house. I said to myself, well, I'll go play tennis. I need some activity. And then after that, I'll go and get a haircut and come home. And I remember I'd made an appointment with somebody who was coming at around 12 o'clock or so. So I went. At my game and so on, the man said goodbye. I drove my little Paycon to Hilton. I parked it myself, and I walked in front of the gate man there at the Hilton. Walked in there, and I saw 10 of these machine gunners standing there who were in charge of Hilton. I passed by them, went up to the barber shop, and later on they came up there, arrested me without really knowing my name. They just had learned that I was a Farmانفرمائیان. You know, it's a long story. They drove me through town with 3 cars and 6 machine gunners, you know, I mean, using the siren and screaming every time we got stuck in traffic. Man to be hanged, man to be hanged.
What would they say in Persian?
Edami, edami. You know. Condemn man. Which is very odd, of course. I have not even been interrogated by anybody.
Are you scared?
They had told me. I'll tell you what my feeling was. This is very interesting. After they put me in the car, I knew, somehow I said to myself, well, this is it. And I assure you, I have never been that calm through that whole revolution or afterwards. I was completely calm because I accepted the end, the very end. It was very interesting during that drive. The way they were driving, the way they were zigzagging in town, with these 2 machine guns on either of my side. If there was an accident, the machine gun would have gone off, my head would have been blown off. And their heads too, probably. But I was calm and sitting there would not even say one word in the middle of them. And I entered there. It was a mess, and suddenly a soldier came and put me into a room there and locked me in there.
Where did you
There were 30 people. This is the Parliament, the House of Parliament, which was Central Committee they took me to. And there, a man would come and ask me some questions, then go out again. I didn't know what was going on. By the way, before I left Hilton, I simply told the man, the barber, please call my home, he knew, and tell them, I'm sorry, I won't be able to make it for lunch. Well, they had called up my friends from my home and so on, and presumably one of my old clerks from Central Bank, who now was a power center, had come to the Central Committee, and they respected him very much, and they knew he was a man with power, and stayed there, slept overnight to make sure that they investigated me, and they didn't send me for investigation to the Qasr prison. If they had sent me to the Qasr prison, I was in line with Howeda and the rest of them, and very well could have been shot at that time. This man saved my life. The next day they released me with an apology and a letter. They investigated, saying in the letter, a formal letter of the Central Committee saying that we have investigated Plan Organization, Central Bank, Bank Sanaye. There are no official or personal complaints against Farmانفرمائیان.
This is within one day they had investigated?
No, well, I got there, let's say, about 11:30. The next day they released me at around 2:30 or so. They had called these 3 agencies.
Yes.
And they had called, the Central Committee had no complaint. They had called the Shamran Committee, there was no complaint. You know, where my address, they had my address and everything. And on that basis, presumably they released me. Of course, I went on I thought that this was it, you know. Feeling that now every committee would know that I'm cleared. It was silly, stupid thought. And then, of course, the 3rd time was when one of the heads of Mujahideen sent a message that if I don't introduce myself, they'll put my name and picture in the newspaper and say he is wanted and he's free for all. Anybody who get him it's legal.
Were you hiding?
I was hiding at that time. I was urged by my brother to go and hide, and I was hiding. And I came and introduced myself. The man came in, put the gun to my head and said, people have authorized me to kill you. And I said, why don't you? The man looked at me with a sarcastic smile and said, I have all the time in the world. The man stayed with me for 4 months. He investigated once again. The plan organization, yes. He allowed me, he had checked with the doctors. Doctors had told him he's suffering. And this was true. Both my ulcers by this time, and my back was hurting tremendously. I really had a great back pain. And he had me under house arrest, and he stayed there, would go and come back. And he investigated, he went to the plan organization again. I know because he brought documents, he interviewed my secretaries, he went to Central Bank. And I must say that the head of plan organization was one of my own previous employees, Moinfar, who was now minister. Was very decent about the whole thing. And Moulavi, in the same way, who was one of my teachers when I headed the institute, Bankers Institute. Also had told them there is no file against Farmانفرمائیان, and of course the same in the there are no complaints.
So this was the Mujahideen carrying out their
separate investigation, their own separate independent investigation. And one day he came to me and said, "Sir, you are a very lucky person." This is for the first time he called me sir, in a sort of a non-derogatory fashion. But he stayed on and asked me to make studies. He said, what shall we do with you now? Shall we just let you, if we let you alone, you would run away? I said, that's true, I will run away. Because here I can't make a living and my mind will be destroyed. Why not? If I'm innocent, why wouldn't you let me run away? He said, we need you. You will be a very good translator. Yeah. I remember he called me from the American embassy after the American embassy was taken over. These are now a few days before I ran away. He said, I have good news for you, sir. So where is it? He said, the seventh fleet is coming to Persian Gulf. There'll be war. I said, are you mad? 1 million people will be killed. He said, sir, how can I become General Giap unless people are killed? You know.
He was serious? Or was he joking?
Seriously. Seriously. He was young. Amazing. He was among the guerrilla fighters. He was imprisoned. He was a lost soul. His brother was very famous, was killed by Savak. Apparently his brother's wife was killed by Savak while she was pregnant, you know, this type of thing. And he had a real hate and venom for the whole setup, for anyone who was associated. But by the end of the day, he had become very sympathetic towards me. And he had become my student. I'd sit down and talk to him for hours. About the world, about various things that I knew, about problems of society like ours. And then of course when Talaqani died, they went underground. And he had become my supporter.
At the time, did they think he was killed? Did they think his death could have been anything other than natural? Did he talk to you about that?
He never said to me. He said he doesn't believe, that Mujahideens don't believe in these damn akhunds. He said, but we are Muslims. And there's one we believe in, that is Talaqani. He'll say, Khomeini is not a bad man, but he's not our leader. We will not accept him as a leader. And after Talaqani died, they were left to the wolves, so to speak. And they began systematic destruction of Mujahideens. Even then. Anyway, at the end of the day, he would tell me, he would call me and say, run away. Run away. Because Mr. Khoshkish, during his interrogations, has named you, and presumably Khoshkish was asked, why did you set the rate of interest so high? Khoshkish said, look, the rate of interest was set by central bank, not by Bank Melli. This was true enough. They said, who was central bank? And who headed central bank? He'd said many people during this period. He said, all right, name them. So he had started to name them, from Kashani, who was the first governor of the bank, of central bank, after its creation. And Humayun after that, Sami'i after that, and Farmانفرمائیان after that, right up to his own time. Only mention me in that vein, not as somebody who was a culprit. I knew Khoshkish. Khoshkish was a decent man. So he would tell me, run away and hide. I did. And then he would say, all right, now you can come back. There's no danger. He would come, but at the end, before I ran away, he would come for a meal to my house. He would come and say, sir, help us. Help the Mujahideen, because I remember one day I bought a typewriter from a relative, very cheap. And they needed a typewriter. I gave it to them.
Did they help you escape?
He went around town saying that after I escaped. But that had nothing to do with it, absolutely. I would not trust anybody. I did my own investigation of how to escape, getting direct information from people who had used that conduit, getting names and telephone numbers and modes of payment, and learning about the road. And I took the chance, I took the risk, it worked. They were wonderful people, they were Kurds, wonderful people, I would never name them. And like many others who used the same system to escape. But at that time, not so many had used it. Afterwards, of course, many more used it. There wasn't only one conduit, there were several, right across that border, through various villages, that's right. And there wasn't just one group, there were many such groups who helped people to escape through Turkey. And later on, of course, the southern route was opened, and people escaped also through Pakistan, Balochistan and Pakistan. Well, I escaped and came to France, and in France I got some temporary papers, because after all I had a passport which was not in my name. The passport was good, but it was only my picture there. The name was something else, and that was that.
Continuation of narration by Dr. Khudadad Farmanfرمائیان, January 19, 1983, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Tape number 14.
As this may be our last session during your current visit to Cambridge, I'd like to ask you a general question today and ask you to comment on it. There are those who say that a political system that places decision-making in the hands of one person allows for more speedy and efficient economic and social development of a nation. What was your experience as the managing director of the plan organization and perhaps as governor of the central bank in this regard? In what way one-man decision-making support your efforts in planning for development? In what ways did it hinder that process? Especially if you could give, specific examples of your experience.
Well, I think you have asked a very, very important and difficult question. Whether or not a system, an autocratic system, or a dictatorial system would lend itself to speedier development of a country. I'm sure there are different views on this. Let me see if I can, without trying to speculate or interjecting my own thinking on the matter, to describe what in fact is the experience in Persia. If you go back to our experience with the parliamentary process, certainly we reach one immediate conclusion, that there exists a definite correlation between absence of any real program of economic development. Whether we talk about economic development or modernization, if you wish, and modernization. At the turn of the century, when we began, after the Constitutional Revolution, to have our parliaments, and after the First World War, for the brief period during Ahmad Shah, who was a constitutional democratic monarch, and after the Second World War, the period that we enjoyed parliamentary democracy, before 1951, when the parliament was closed by Mossadegh. We definitely see that during these periods where parliament were in session, and they were real parliaments, we hardly ever had any real program of development. When you look at the first, that is, before the Second World War, the periods where we had parliaments, you can always say that in those days there wasn't such an awareness regarding economic development in a country like we had after the Second World War. And therefore one cannot be sure, and one cannot make the final judgment that the presence of a parliament conflicted with the execution of an overall development program. But certainly after the Second World War, not only we were aware of the need for development, we had certainly cause to develop. The country under the occupation forces was depreciated significantly. That is, industrial capacity, the little industrial capacity that existed before the Second World War had depreciated significantly. Our roads were pretty well destroyed. Still, that country did not have water system, even in Tehran. Switch system, electricity, and there was much concern for improvement in the standard of living of people and increasing production, such as agricultural production, such as certainly industrial production, improved housing. There was great need for this. We also know that during that period, that is, after the end of the war, let's talk about 45, take 45 to about 51, those 6-7 years. There was also awareness of the need for economic planning. As a matter of fact, we have talked about this earlier. The first development plan was not only discussed during this period, but it was inaugurated during this period, and it was supposed to be going forward. But even in the earlier period, there was always a felt desires through the country for improvement. In the earlier periods, we have people at the end of the 19th century talking about the need for roads, the need for increased production in the country, like Ms. Malcolm Khan that I referred to the other day. The need for educating of the people, the need for opening up new universities and polytechnics. But we know that from history that during all these periods when there was, shall I say, a real constitutional monarchy where power was not concentrated in the hands of one person, such as we had during the period of Reza Shah, we experienced at least very little economic development. Again, let me say that I'll be the last one to say that it was because of parliamentary and democratic constitutional system that we did not experience development. I'm sure there were many other causes. But this parallelism exists, and one has to at least perhaps attribute or examine the relationship between these parliaments and lack of economic development. On the other hand, during the first touches of development, the first taste of development, of modernization Iran ever experienced was during Nasser-Din Shah, who was an absolute king, an absolute monarch, with his prime minister Amir Kabir in mid 19th century. And certainly during Reza Shah we see again there is a great experience with development, and finally during the reign of Muhammad Reza Shah we see experience with economic development, even before the much economic development, even before the oil prices went down. Can we therefore turn about and conclude by just through this superficial look at our history and simply say that when there is dictatorship, we can have economic development, or we have experienced economic development, and in the absence of a highly centralized absolute type of a regime, we have failed economic development. Now, there's also, as a part of your question, the meaning of economic development. I'm not trying to be pedantic at all, but I want to understand the issues myself. You're forcing me by this discussion to re-examine things for myself. Surely if we talk about economic development as physical development of things, and only take it in that context, physical development of things in terms of building of buildings, building of roads, building of ports, building of factories, I have no doubt that the period of Reza Shah and the period of Muhammad Reza Shah, that is after 1953, stand out as the most important, most significant periods of development in the Iranian history. And to that extent, one must say that the implementation of these programs obtained definitely from the fact that they were in such power position. Now, to examine my own experience, personal experience, I have very little doubt that it was because the leader, the king, the Shah, was able to wield power that to such great extent we were able to achieve, in fact, the physical development that we have experienced. Had we had a real parliament with a constitutional monarch, and the only personal experience I've had with this is my personal memories as a child, as a young boy in the post-war period. And I remember distinctly that to get any decisions through the parliament, from the stage of proposal to the stage that it was finally a law in the country, that proposal, the shape of that proposal, the intent of that proposal was certainly basically changed, watered down, diluted in order to allow for the interest of various interest groups, to allow for different consideration. And I don't want to say interest groups only in the sense that we understand here that there were large groups of people within our society who were represented by individuals and therefore who fought it. Again, let me, although there were cases like this, let me make one statement. For example, I don't think we would have ever got, and we never did, a land reform program through the parliament, not for a long, long time to come, if we had a democratic process like that. I think the members of the parliament would have rejected a true land reform. They may have approved some kind of watered down bill, but in effect it would not have hurt the position of the feudal landed very much if a law was presented by the government and finally passed through the parliament.
You think the landlords would still be in the majority if there were indeed free elections?
Well, I think certainly the landlords, in the absence of any interference, were in the majority. Our country was a highly underdeveloped country in the after the Second World War. Politically, it was underdeveloped, to be sure, also. Who would be elected? In the most natural fashion. The people who were in the villages that belonged to such and such a Khan or prince or feudal lord would naturally vote for him. In fact, there was the practice that in some areas they would allow that many votes for the man who owned the village. Automatically they would allow 200 votes because you owned the village of estimated 200 people. Obviously, we would have continued for a time to receive into the parliament representatives of the landed. Obviously, I think the composition of the parliament would have been primarily the landed, the bazaar merchants, and not very much more. And if you combine these two interests together, the type of development that Iran would have got could not have possibly been the type that, in fact, we did experience under both Reza Shah and Mohammad Reza Shah. Now let me go further, deeper into personal experience again. Please understand that when I'm saying this, I'm not saying that one person's decision always necessarily leads to speedier implementation of projects. Certainly I am saying one thing, that it is not at all true that one person's decision making or this type of regime would always end up choosing the most ideal type of investment programs for a country according to well-studied plans by neutral, let's say, non-political experts. The second is not true either. And I want to discuss this aspect of, well, I have given credit to the fact that when you have concentration of power in the hand of one person, our experience has been, as it were, we have got far more economic development in the country than otherwise. And I have speculated that if we had continued to have the post-war, post-Second World War Parliament, up to now, for example, or up to the time of revolution, we could not have got as much and as fast development program as, in fact, we ended up having.
In discussing the parliamentary system, you only referred to your memories as a child or a teenager during the 40s, but how about in the late 50s when you were head of the Economic Bureau and there was a parliament in session at the time which had more of a role in making decisions than later parliaments? What do you recall about that period? What was the nature of the parliament and its impact on the plan organization?
Well, don't forget, I started in 58. And already by that time, certainly a year later, we will see that the parliament is under attack as being not a truly elected parliament by Dr. Amini.
Yep.
And there were, in the interim, 2 elections. That is to say, from 1959 to 61, we get 2 elections, because Amini questions one. Another one done by Sharif Imami still was questioned, and then comes Amini, exactly like Mossadegh, ends up closing the parliament or preventing an election, and rules by decree. The practicalities of electioneering in a country like ours, even if you were to carry it out, even if the government was so popular that you would know people who wanted to support, but the way representatives were elected, you may have ended up getting type of representatives in the parliament who would not necessarily have supported, let's say, the popular governments. This was Mossadegh's experience, and this was Amini's experience. That's why both of them. And this is extremely interesting in our history. The 2 people who believed in constitutional type of monarchy, who believed in the parliamentary process, who were products to such great extent of parliamentary process, both Mossadegh and Amini had had experience, end up closing the parliament. At that time, what I saw, it's true, that my experience of the, let's say, 58, 59, 60, was that the parliament was not as docile as it was in the later years, when the Shah really wrested power and exercised his full power.
It had to be taken into account?
Well,
during that time? Did the parliament have to be taken into account somewhat?
To some extent. To some extent. I don't remember Dr. Eqbal, for example, being overawed by the parliament. And you remember his famous statement, would not even allow the parliament to question the government until, according to his famous statement, he had received first the permission of the Shah. This is, but still, during that time, I remember, for example, the budget debates. The budget debates had much more depth. They were much more serious than in later years. My God, in later years, the budget will go through in 3 or 4 days, and that was it, you know.
In listening to Mr. Ebtaj's tapes, it seems that during that time, or at least during his leadership at the plan organization, there were times where he had to go and convince the members of Majlis regarding certain projects and so on, as if it was necessary to convince them, otherwise he could not have gone ahead with his plans. Were you at all involved in these?
Sure, I was in. There was no doubt that we had to go before the parliament. I mean, in those days, that the responsible authorities had to go before the parliament and convince them. But I don't remember yet one occasion where, in fact, the parliament, except as there was a fight between the government as such and Mr. Ebtaj, that the parliament turned about and opposed or prevented completely the execution of some of the programs under the second 7-year development plan during Ebtaj's administration. I don't really remember. And don't forget, Ebtaj found himself giving these explanations because of the slowly brewing opposition against him and against the plan organization, and the fact that they refer to plan organization as the government within government. In that sense, he found that he had to go before the parliament, by the way, closed sessions of the parliament in his case because he was the minister, to explain various programs. For example, like the Khuzestan program, which was large allocation of authority as well as funds to Lilienthal and Clapp for the development of Khuzestan, in which he believed, which was deeply studied, by the way, and which was, as you know, to some extent supported at the end by the World Bank. That is, the time when the World Bank supported it, the project already left office, by the way. There was opposition. But opposition emanated also certainly from other facts, that Ibtihaj would ignore the constant, I'm saying would ignore in the sense that he didn't have the funds, he didn't have the possibilities of satisfying all the demands of members of the parliament. Every member of the parliament wanted for the towns that he represented or the villages that he represented, he wanted water, he wanted electricity, he wanted sewage system, he wanted a bath, he wanted a school, clinics, and so on. And it was impossible for Ibtihaj during the plan to provide them all with it. We had to be selective. Both geographically we had to be selective, as well as in terms of the total amount that was allocated for such purposes that I just mentioned. A lot of money was going for industrialization, a lot of money was going for building of major roads, and so on. The type of projects that was close to the heart of the members of the parliament constituted a small amount of, at that time much larger, by the way, than later on, but a small amount of the total available funds for development. In that sense, there may have been a genuine opposition to Ibtihaj, or at least pressure on Ibtihaj. That's why he went there and tried to reason and say, look, we have to develop the country, we have to develop our ports as well as the villages, we cannot just concentrate our funds on this. I remember in those days, the members of the parliament would, for example, develop such theories that Iran should put only all of its money only in agricultural development. I remember reasoning, as a matter of fact, in closed sessions of members of the parliament who came to the plan organization, telling them that if you were to develop an acre of land, I went this far, to this elementary type of explanations. I'd say, all right, let's assume we put all our money into agriculture. The development of 1 acre of land would require a plow. The plow has to be imported, or the tractor, because they would, when they talk about agricultural development, they were talking about tractors in those days too. The tractor had to be imported. How do you import the tractor? First, if you don't have foreign exchange. 2, how would you import the tractor if you don't have a port? And the roads connected to the ports between the agricultural areas and the ports. So you have to put money into development of ports. So you have to put money into development of roads. So you have to put money into development of, well, let's say, drivers or farmers who could drive the tractors, train them, that is, give them the skill, and maintain them afterwards, and so on, in order to produce better or improve agriculture. You see, they were not all that trained. But later years, you would never get this type of argument coming out of the members of the parliament. Much later, they had already understood that the country cannot just put all of its money in agriculture and nothing else.
It sounds that these demands that these people were making, regardless of how they were elected, it sounds like they were legitimate. It sounds like a legitimate demand that they were making, and that the collective judgment of the planners and these members of the parliament could be considered as an acceptable procedure for deciding how to spend the money.
Let me not for a moment even create the impression that all that was coming out of these parliaments, even the later parliaments, were the type of demands which were irrational, or the type of demands which did not relate to the interests of the people. No, I would not say that. Certainly, these individuals who may have been motivated by, let's say, other reasons than the genuine interests of their constituencies, often publicly in the committees made a fairly decent representation, to the end that I remember, about the needs and requirements of their villages, regions, certainly regions. For example, those who represented Balochistan would argue very strongly as to the needs of this underdeveloped state that we had. Oh, there were. I will not underestimate or for a moment reject as untrue genuine representation in terms of words. But when it came to government putting down its foot and pressing for the passage of a law, then they towed the line, these members of the parliament. There certainly discussion was allowed. Under Reza Shah it was allowed too. But to what extent these discussions were coached in terms unrelated to their fears of not being elected the next term by the government who was the main instrument of election and not the people. Now, that is a different story. In any case, what I want to tell you is that if, let's say from 53 onward, everything was left to the type of parliament that we experienced before that date, Iran would not have had as much physical economic development. For one, let me again give you an example. I gave you the example of land reform earlier. I don't think it would have passed. The example of women's right, I don't think it would have passed. It was openly imposed by the crown. There was no doubt about this. Nationalization of water, I don't think it would have passed because people owned water. Nationalization of forests, I have very serious doubts it would have passed. Yes, the sale of government-owned industries to the public probably would have passed. And then manipulations within the law to make it so that people in the private sector would have ended up to own these things almost freely. But on the other hand, I think, for example, provision of water and electricity for the regions would have passed. Provisions of credit for the regions, for agriculture, for the villages, provision of cheap credit would have passed. There would not have been conflict in those terms.
How would the profile of the expenditures have been different in 59 if you were sort of obliged to listen to what these people were saying?
Yeah, that's a very interesting speculation. I think the heart of the plan would have been, and oddly enough, what now I think should have been, would have been development of agriculture. By the way, the heart of the third plan was development of agriculture, except that as we experienced, the absorptive capacity of agriculture was far less than the industrial sector. But nevertheless, the law, as it would have been passed by the parliament,
this is the third
in the absence of a strong prime minister with great influence within the parliament, and if we assume here that the parliament was very powerful, what the type of thing we would have seen perhaps were, as I said, development of water, electricity, sewage systems, schools in the villages, asphalting of streets in the villages, little towns.
This is what the members of the Majlis were demanding.
I think this would have been the tendency. The development, by the way, all of this in the absence of land reform. Please understand this. In the absence of land reform, which would have meant certainly increased economic gains for the landed, for the feudal lords at the end. I'm sure they would have pressed for schools. I'm sure they would have pressed for better health accommodations, because all of these things were responsibility of the landlords, as it were, in the villages. And this would have helped the landlords. Once school came in from government funds, and once their feeder roads were improved, they would have stand to gain from these things, and I think they would have pushed for it. They would have pressed for this type of development.
What were the projects that they were opposing?
They would have opposed, for example, the Khuzestan development of a major dam, which would have eaten up most of the funds. They would have opposed the development of major roads, electrification of railway, let's say. They would have opposed the building of structures such as opera houses and so on. As I say these things, it sounds... please, let's not confuse the process with intent. I'm doing it. I'm saying, in spite of the fact that if the parliament was powerful, it would have taken longer to make these decisions and implement these decisions. At the end, what would have been implemented were this type of programs. Whereas a great deal of this was also done under the circumstances where we had decision highly centralized in the Shah, were in the hands of the Shah and government. And some of these things perhaps were achieved faster than they would have been otherwise. But I have no doubt that if the parliament was stronger, at the end, the nature of economic development in Iran, the composition, that is, of economic development in Iran would have been different than the way it turned out. Everybody wanted to achieve something physical so that the Shah could be brought about to see it and cut the ribbon and receive a medal.
Right, everybody.
Therefore, ministers, I'm talking about government. Therefore, generally speaking, the type of thing that the government people or the power elite carried out were big physical development type of projects. Not, again, one shouldn't generalize so easily. I'm not saying the only motivation was to cut the ribbon. Certainly motivations of the government may have been much more rational than just cutting the ribbon in many cases. I mean, after all, one could make a case for Iran having steel mill. One could make a case for having a large dam. Many large dams in a country like ours where water needs to be conserved and preserved. Certainly we could make a case for having many ports and factories. There's no doubt that one could make a case. But I'm saying that the tendency of the government under leadership like the one we had would have been to do more of this type of thing than to spend its time and money on the type of projects, the results of which was very difficult to show immediately, such as I said, improved seed, improved agriculture, improved agriculture production, or improved agriculture productivity, or improved education, improved health. These were not the type of projects, that you would immediately see their effects. You had to wait to see their effects. And there was no patience. They wanted to see more than that. They thought that by developing these major projects, Iran is developing. And indeed they had this image of things. They had as what I called edifice complex. And it drove from this feeling that once you see the factory built, Iran is developing, nobody would see feeder roads. Feeder roads were essential. Nobody would see storage houses in the agriculture areas of the country. Nobody would see drainage system in Khuzestan or in other areas where previously you had perhaps too much water and destroyed the land or caused salination of the land. Nobody would see programs such as improved cultural practices. So in that sense, I'm separating a true parliament from a dictatorial type of arrangement, autocratic type of government. And the Shah also wanted to show to the rest of the world what great things we have. Nobody could see those other types of projects. Whereas because the members of the parliament were so many, and they didn't have that much responsibility to show anything to the rest of the world, probably, I'm saying, they would have ended up pressing for these other types of projects rather than these huge projects with a gargantuan appetite for funds.
Can we separate the speculation from the actual experience that you had? Do you remember specific members of the parliament asking for specific projects of this sort?
The only thing I ever remember from members of the parliament, the only contacts I ever had, none of them came to me and said, please build us a steel mill. Or I never heard any one of them ever directly appealing for a steel mill, except as the program, for example, was suggested by the government, and they said bravo, bravo, bravo. But it didn't initiate from the members of the parliament. But many times they came asking for, please, development of a clinic in such and such a village, or in such and such a city or little towns in their underdeveloped regions, or in the regions, whether it's Azerbaijan or Baluchistan or Khuzestan or wherever it was. Many times I experienced this, that the members of the parliament came and asked for electricity for village, electrification for the villages. They came and asked for and pressed constantly for schools, for asphalting of the main streets, for water pipe system of the towns, and so forth. This type of projects that
yes.
This part is extremely clear to me.
You remember specific?
I remember specific members of the parliament from 1959 and so on, who came and talked to us. We after all, we did have a plan committee in the parliament, and we went to them. And certainly at the time when they were examining our plan proposals, the only speeches that I remember were the speeches favoring these type of projects. This hospitals, you know. They wanted hospitals, they wanted schools, they wanted clinics, they wanted roads, they wanted asphalting of their main streets. They didn't ask for Boeing 747 or major airports. They didn't ask for, as such, for steel mill. Although genuinely there were members of the parliament who believed Iran should have a steel mill, who had that type of ambition for Iran. And when the government would propose, they didn't, I mean, genuinely they didn't oppose it, you know. Although they believed Iran should have better roads, better ports, better railroads. This didn't conflict. But I think they would have attached the greatest of priorities to those other projects. And in that sense, the nature of development of our country would have been different.
What were your own sentiments at the time? And how did you react when... What would you say to these people? And how would you justify it to yourself?
To be very honest, and it's difficult, I doubt how many people would say this to you. We had no patience for them. Don't forget, we were technocrats. In our heart, we believe they know nothing about economic development, and the less they interfered with us, the better it was. Genuinely, this was the case. Not only my case, but all my colleagues that I remember. They didn't like to go and answer to these members of the parliaments who were just nobodies, so to speak, you know, or whom they suspected of having certain special interest, or being bought by somebody, or being owned by someone, and so on. We were both suspicious of them, a lack of any real respect for them, and being technocrats and having so much to do. Don't forget, we had a great deal of things to do, certainly in the early days. My God, the amount of work that was in front of us, to which we had to address ourselves. We just didn't have any patience for these people coming, taking our time and telling us, or for us to go before the parliament and sit there and, in the committees, of course, and describe and discuss and explain about what we were doing. Our attitude was, that these people really do not know very much, and they do not matter. This was really what happened at the time. And this attitude, I'm afraid, prevailed in the heart and in the mind of that whole group of technocrats who ruled the country under the Shah for a long, long time. They had no respect for the parliament. And in a way, one couldn't blame them, because the parliament didn't constitute a source of power. If the parliament had constituted a source of power, perhaps our attitudes would have been formed differently also. We would have learned slowly how it is to go and sit before the committee day in and day out to explain things to them in order to get their approval, make sure their approval was coming forth for our programs.
But did you ever have among yourselves at least a discussion of the content of the request, a discussion of whether really we should assign a higher priority to the type of projects these people are interested in?
Oh yes. Oh yes. But only as a carrot. Only as a carrot, not in a sense that we feared the government would fail its program. We were extremely, really genuinely callous to the true views of the members of the parliament. And some of them are very, mind you, some of these guys neither truly represented the people because they were appointed. There's no doubt, and we knew about this. That's why we didn't respect them. And they were illiterate to such great extent. This was true. But not all of them. Not all of them. I could conceive that some of these people would have got elected anyway, even if elections were totally free. And some of them were certainly learned. Some of them were intelligent. There's no doubt that they were intelligent. And they could listen, they could question properly and push for their own interest. You know. But we had no respect because we knew they could be changed. We knew they could be brought under control. We didn't fear them. We didn't really feel answerable to them. This is the truth. We didn't feel answerable to them. And there were genuine reasons for it, as I said. You know, I have gone through all of this, but I must reach a conclusion, which is the result of a great deal of thought. When we talk about sort of democratic regimes versus dictatorial regimes and the effects of this on economic development, and in your question you say that some people believe, as we did, in fact I went around saying that we do need a form of national discipline before we can push our economic development forward, which is a faulty argument. Certainly is a faulty argument in the sense that I meant in those days, but in a different sense perhaps it is not faulty, which I'm going to explain now. When we talk about this type of problem, you must remember that economic development as such, that is, in terms of both production of goods and services, in terms of physical buildings, in terms of accumulation of capital, as such is never, it cannot be the goal. It is economic development as it is directly related to the raising of standard of living of people, genuinely bringing about human development, which must be the goal. if we proceed successfully, even as we did for many years, to achieve sheer economic development without really including people in the process of decision making, at the end there's a danger that these people will not feel really in some way responsible for what has been achieved, and they can, by a simple uprising, destroy all the gains that have been made in the past because of lack of genuine interest in those activities, because of lack of understanding of the implication of those developments to their own lives, because of lack of the training within a national political milieu which would allow them to behave, or which would perhaps force them to behave differently. The more I think of the question of choice as between democratic, and I will qualify my statement for you there, versus autocratic type of decision making and the relation to development. As I grow older, as I have now had much more experience than when I started back in 1958, let me say to you that I feel that the question is not which is better or which is more efficient. The basic question is that the only thing which is bound to work is the democratic approach. I cannot see how anymore in this day and age we can have even benevolent dictatorships without true participation of the people in their own affairs, in their own development, working for any real length of time. They may work for 5, 10 years, but there are inherent within such systems, that is autocratic systems, certain forces that would, after a certain period of time, destroy any even benevolence, or destroy the governing principle of benevolence, and begin to make the system go skewed, and to the point where the system becomes highly corrupted and begin to fail of producing what its own intent may have been at the beginning. But the democratic system is a difficult system in this sense that it will take time, and we shouldn't be afraid of, in these developing countries, should not be afraid of taking that time. If you don't take that time, you are not having genuine economic development. I cannot separate economic development from political development. It's one and the same thing. You cannot develop societies in an imbalanced way that we have in terms of economic or growth of production, and then leave the mass of population totally underdeveloped in terms of their education, in terms of decision making, in terms of being a part of the community at large. You cannot leave people out of any system that is supposed to produce economic development. In that way, it is time consuming. These people have to be trained, these people have to practice, And the only place where they can practice are genuine parliaments or political activities. And one shouldn't be afraid of the instability or temporary instability that results. One must allow, must accept the cost of instabilities, must accept the cost of this lengthy process which is called democratic process, because then things may become rooted, and then there is a long-term continuity, and perhaps the system will not break as easily as we have seen the Iranian system break or other systems throughout the world break. I would opt for a democratic approach after all these years of experience, and I don't think that economic development can only result from dictatorial type of regime, and that is the most efficient way of developing a country.
Now, looking at the other side now, the system that we actually had in Iran during the time that you were involved in planning. Now, if I recall correctly, you were involved in the development of the third and the fifth plan, or were you also involved in the fourth plan?
Well, in terms of the financial, no, I executed part of the fourth plan, and also in the preparation of the fourth plan, because I was at the time in the bank when the fourth plan was being prepared, I had responsibility with regard to the financial aspects. The boys in the plan came over to the bank, not only to receive my views as a man with a background in planning, but also to receive my approval regarding the financial aspects of the plan.
Now, can we go over the system as it actually worked and as it actually operated, beginning with sort of formulation of the plan? The actual formulation of these plans, what was the role of the technocrats, the experts, in deciding on the goals, perhaps, or at least in choosing the projects, the profile of the expenditure, and what was the role of the Shah and the Prime Minister? And what conflicts or difference of opinion? Were there any differences of opinion between these two groups that can be generalized, or some? And how are they resolved within that system? And then I'd like to ask you later about the approval procedure and then the implementation procedure, and the choice of contractors and those kinds of things that perhaps will get us into the questions of corruption and that kind of issue.
Well, the first thing in the preparation of the plan was to make a survey, try to find out something about the status of the economy, to find out to get some information regarding the nature of economic performance. Let's say under the second plan, make a review of what the achievements were under the second plan before we made proposals for the third plan, obviously. To take a stock of things first. We did this regularly. We did it in connection with the second plan. That is the review. And it exists in a published form. The same we did they did in preparation of the fourth plan. They made a stock. They took stock of the achievements under the third development plan, and then used the information to make suggestions, make proposals for allocations under the fourth plan. And exactly this is what we did again. We made a review of the economy and the performance of the economy under the at about the end of the fourth plan before we prepared the fifth plan. That is, when I say review, let me explain to you. The review involved principally an assessment of the performance of various sectors. That this review was at a later stage combined with the assessment of availability of funds. Then, once we had the performance of the sectors, the availability of funds that we would project for the next, let's say, 5 years, we would proceed to collect as much information as we could by way of, let's say, the pronouncements of the Crown regarding the overall goals of the country, such as would appear in the White Revolution. What were the expressed desires? What were the published, in fact, statements from the Crown? We would collect those and take those into consideration.
What would that mean? You would collect the speeches, or?
Collect in the sense that we would read, analyze, sieve, and try to find out on our own what were the type of things the Shah was deeply interested in. Additionally, we would have sessions with ministers and Prime Minister to try to find out their views on what ought to happen. There were committees, plan committees that were established for each functional sector, such as agriculture, industry, social services, but within them also there were subcommittees, for example in agriculture, dealing with agriculture credit separate from improved seed and factors that went into development of agriculture, or feeder roads separate from these others. In industrial, for example, we had separate committees dealing with oil, separate committees dealing with steel, separate committees dealing, many committees who would be studying, constantly in touch with the operating people directly dealing with these sectors or these sub-sectors, as I have pointed out, and the information would flow back to the plan organization, and on that basis we would sort of develop a draft of some sort. At one point we would go before the Shah. Now this could be special meeting with the Shah and all the ministers.
Could we take it, just to be as concrete as possible, maybe we should take the fifth plan instead of jumping from third to fourth to fifth. Just taking the fifth plan and trying to really look at it from a point of view, at what points did the Shah's desires, wishes get interjected into this planning process?
One in an informal way, one in a formal way.
Both.
The informal way is, as I said, we would go about, there was enough material around in terms of Shah's previous instructions or statements that dealt with various problems, all the points that were in the White Revolution. You would take those. Then the formal, we would collect all of those. At the same time, we would have collected or verified the views of Prime Minister and ministers who also were quite aware of the Shah's, both personally and formally, but quite aware of the Shah's desires and so on. Then, at a point, in the case of the fifth plan specifically, for example, but this was true in the case of third plan also, the Shah would come, let's say, to the plan organization, where we would give him our preliminary ideas and ask for his reaction. In this particular meeting, even the army people were there. All the ministers were there. A lot of undersecretaries were there. And this meeting convened in the building of the plan organization itself, where, let's say, in this particular case, I would make a presentation regarding the basic philosophy, if you wish, that would guide us in the preparation of the fifth plan, which was 2 years or a year and a half hence yet. The Shah there would give his comments. By the way, before he would come, let's say I would have gone to him and explained the purpose of the meeting, would have explained the purpose of the meeting, would have given him an idea about our findings, not in such great detail, and so on. And then when he would come, he would listen for an hour and a half, even sometimes, to our presentation, or sectoral presentation even, before he would make comments.
You're referring to this time that he came to the plan organization?
Yes, he would make comments. These comments were taped, and people were taking notes of these comments, and these comments would be subsequently, of course, used, quoted in our attempts to put the plan together and give it shape.
Were there any attempts at this meeting to change his mind?
Yes. Now, the process of these meetings, to the extent that these meetings were formal meetings, there were no debates with the Shah.
This was one meeting or a series of meetings?
No, this is one meeting.
Yeah.
Then you see, after this one meeting, where he sort of gave his overall views and philosophy and so on, we would have, of course, separate meetings, both in the High Economic Council, that is with the presence of the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Industries, and so forth, the Governor of the Bank, the head of the plan organization, but also in private meetings between myself and the Shah, where some of the thorny problems would be discussed. For example, in the case of fifth plan, we felt that the country was slowly beginning to develop inflationary forces within it. Our estimate of inflation during the fifth plan, if we were to carry out the fifth plan, was about 8%. As it were, that's before, of course, the oil was increased. So we would present that as an argument that we should perhaps spend less, we should control certain types of expenditures, and shift from, let's say, long-term investment to type of projects which would have short-term fruition or short-term gestation period, so that we would increase the flow of goods and services faster than the other alternatives would have allowed, and thus decrease the pressure, the pressure of inflation within the system. Or the bloody war over allocation in agriculture for these big agro-industrial projects that I must have taken to the Shah 5 or 6 times, argued against them, saying that they are the gargantuans, eating all the funds for agriculture, not leaving us much with, not leaving us much to do anything for the other areas of the country, other agricultural projects that were separate from this agribusiness. And questioning the wisdom of agribusiness, for example. That debate went on, of course, even after the plan was approved for a long time. Such questions as allocation of funds to support concessionary credit for industrial development. My argument was, let's say an argument, I say my argument because at the time I was presenting these arguments within the plan, coming from within the plan organization, that look, so far we have sustained, supported with concessionary funds through the IMDBI, that is the Industrial Mining Development Bank of Iran, and we have created a few industrial giants, to be sure. But we must be sure that this money does not go back to these industrial giants, that the industrial giants have now excellent credit. They can on their own signature borrow in the market all the money they need. Therefore, IMDBI must be directed not to give concessionary funds to these big industrialists. Rather, these funds must be reserved for the purpose of newcomers into the industrial sector to give possibility of development to the, let's say, young engineer who's just come back from Europe or United States in order to establish an industry and get started. Or people, for example, in the south of Tehran who had already begun sort of, shall we say, medium type of technological revolution in the south of Tehran. It was a very, very interesting phenomenon where, you remember it, there was a Qazvin, for example. There were these small shops that could reproduce any part of, let's say, Mercedes-Benz. All they needed was a lathe, which would have cost, let's say, $30,000, $40,000. I was arguing that funds should be going to these people. And they would have used it for 24 hours a day, in the sense that they would have shared the lathe with other shops around. And slowly, slowly, this would have developed to become a great industrial base. And from out of them, maybe we would have got some major industrialists also. My argument was that Iran should not be satisfied with 10 major industrialists. And it's a feudal form of development in industry, that we must begin to push and create 500 large industrialists. Then we have a real industrial base in the country.
Who was against you on this?
Minister of Industries and Mines, Mr. Ansari. Mr. Ansari at the time was Minister of Economy. Fought me like the devil over this. And it continued, the fight continued again right through. The Shah was sympathetic to my argument, so far as I saw. What he told Ansari behind my back, I don't know. Ansari would come and say the Shah agrees with me. Every time I went to the Shah, asked him, he said, no, you do what you're suggesting. Finally, I raised it in the High Economic Council. Again, the Shah sympathized with me.
In front of Ansari?
In front of Ansari, in front of the Prime Minister and everybody.
So what happened?
I put in the plan exactly with the conditions. Of course, there were lots of people who started really going, opposing this. But you know, it wasn't, now that I think about it, it wasn't because Ansari as such disagreed with the philosophy. But as a minister, like all ministers, what he disliked were controls imposed by the plan upon him when he would make a decision, when he was supposed to make a decision to allocate the fund. See, this was a big On philosophical grounds, they may have had a great deal of sympathy with this approach. But what they wanted was totally freehand. In other words, they didn't wish to be disciplined. They didn't wish to give accounting of what they were doing. This is what, at the end of the day, would bother them. Not so much that they didn't understand what I was saying, or that they didn't want, in fact, to see the country flourish in the way that our proposal suggested, namely to have 500 لاجوردis and Khayyamis and whoever you had, our great industrialists who were quite successful also, and everybody believed that. We wanted to have 500 of them instead of having 10 of them, instead of having 20 of them, the philosophy. I'm sure Mr. Ansari agreed at heart with that philosophy. The Shah agreed at heart with that philosophy. The Prime Minister agreed at heart with that philosophy. And Kharaju would agree, who was supposed to be lending this money out. But the problem was all of them wanted to do their own thing freely without having to go according to certain limiting rules and regulations.
There are those who say that these 10 or 20 large industrialists really controlled the government, and therefore these government officials, even at ministerial level, were the agents of these industrialists. Is this true?
It's a sort of a Marxist type of analysis that the state is the instrument of the monopolies and of the. I don't want to underestimate the fact that they had power. But that power both in a formal way and an informal way. In terms of formal ways, that they had 10, 20, 30,000 workers working for them, that gave them power. The minute something would happen, they said, "Now look, we will have to lay off people." That threatened the state. That threatened political stability, and nobody wanted to fool around. Nobody wanted to cause this. Their informal power was that they were interrelated, interconnected. Yes, with people around. They knew all the ministers. They were intimate with many of them, with the Prime Minister, and they had resort to the Shah directly also. But I would never believe that they could force anything upon the government. And many times I had seen that something that they were after and pressing was rejected. Certainly when it came to technocracy, I don't remember ever that I was cowed, let's say, or I don't remember my friends who were a part of this technocracy were afraid or were cowed by such industrialists that you and I know, of whom there were, let's say, 10, 20. It was not even the easiest thing to reject. I saw this happen many times. Let's say in case of Mr. Rezai, who was after some kind of importation of steel. I vaguely now remember, this is some years back, going back to 1972 or something, and he insisted that he should be allowed to import some steel raw material for his factory in Ahvaz and so on. And this was openly rejected. He raised the devil about it. He went to the Shah, back and forth. At the end there was a compromise, to be sure, but he never had his way the way he wanted it at the beginning. There were many cases like this where openly they would be rejected without any fear. I don't remember these industrialists coming to my office in the plan and dictate things to me in that sense. At times they could have bought certain individuals. This was possible, I think.
Sub-minister level or administrator?
Principally sub-ministers. This I would really argue very strongly. I do not know if they ever owned, in terms of buying, actually owning a minister. I don't remember. They were close. Some of these people were close friends of some of the ministers. In that sense, they had the ear of the minister, to be sure. They made him understand the problem. And the minister developed sympathy for them. That I understand. But they bought many people underneath in terms of getting information, finding out who is opposing, and therefore finding a way to get to the man who opposed, or pressing the man who opposed, or trying to remove even. Yes, trying to remove the man who opposed. But generally, I didn't find that the state was no more than a committee representing the industrialists, these great industrialists. That is not true. That's just sheer generalization that you will find. There was the process was much more complicated than you would read in a textbook about these things, in this simple Marxist type of generalization, that the state was no more than an instrument of the monopolists. That is not true. Far more complex. There were many other factors entering into this that were inimical to the interest of at times inimical even to the interest of these industrialists. Could you then?
Going back to this, still trying to figure out what were the comparative roles of the planners compared to that of the Shah and the ministers. Where did the ideas, the major ideas for these plans come
Well, the failure, we really had a great deal of freedom, I think, the technocrats, in formulating the ultimate proposals. The power of tabling a paper. The bureaucrats did that. The technocrats did that. And that carried a great deal of power. And generally speaking, these papers, these plans were accepted without too much ado and difficulty. I said too much ado and difficulty. Furthermore, they were too complicated for many of them to really understand what's going on, and too long for many of them to read. What happened is this. The rub comes that in the implementation, they proceeded without any due consideration of what was in the plan. You see, there is the gap, there is the rub between what they had themselves approved as a plan, and I would swear to you to this day. Let's say talk about the fifth plan, which was the last. I would swear to you, I give you my really deeply considered opinion. If 100 people throughout the whole country, from the Shah down to the bottom, ever read the document of the fifth plan, I certainly am deeply surprised. So you see the limitation in that sense. They would approve and make great fanfare about the fifth plan, or the fourth plan for that matter. But you would see the minute the plan was approved, already ministers coming and pressing for changes in the fifth plan.
Okay. Let me ask my question this way. If we go down the fifth plan right now, allocations of the fifth plan, and to categorize them this way, this was a project or an idea or the wish of the Shah. We at the plan organization didn't have any sympathy for it, but it's there because he was the one who dictated it. Or this is the one that we wanted, the technocrats wanted, the planners wanted, the Shah allowed it to be there. And then a third category, those that we jointly agreed that this is there's very little disagreement. How would you go? How would you?
In this giving a percentage?
I don't know. Any way you like to put it. Or even maybe name some projects. You know, you've talked about the military before. During your talk, you talked about these atomic power plants and these other things.
Sure. There are many such projects in mind.
Again, I'm going back to my original question of trying to figure out
the dominance
positive and negative role of autocracy on the process of planning.
Well, in terms of the projects very dear and close to his heart, I doubt very seriously that any one of them would have missed being in the plan. They're all there.
Which were these? Which were the ones that...
I'll tell you. Nuclear power.
Were close to his heart and were not close to the heart of you and your colleagues.
Nuclear power. Development of steel mills. Military aside, I mean, the whole of the military, which took so much of our resources. Military industrial establishment, which was industrial. All the military industrial establishment, all military expenditures and so on.
Military...
The production of weapons and weaponry and shells and missiles and parts for tanks, for even planes, and so on. These are all in the making. They were coming about, and even such plans as production of full tanks, which were being seriously discussed within Iran. And we were expected to be producing our own tanks. Development of let's say, Chabahar base. These are huge projects. It wasn't a question of only nuclear power as such, but the number of nuclear plants. We had in mind something like 14 more. On paper, they talked about 20. This is, of course, but after the oil money started to flow in.
Again, these are category of items which the planners had no sympathy or very little sympathy for.
Certainly we didn't have sympathy. Even the planners to the end never had sympathy for establishing so many. Look, at best the planners would have agreed or acquiesced to having one nuclear power plant to allow for development of skills within Iran and slowly to use nuclear power as a sort of a supplementary source of electric generation, but not suddenly 8 of them that were negotiated, discussed, 2 of them already being built. Nearly finished by 78, 2 of them were finished, but 4 others were totally negotiated for Isfahan and for Khuzestan. 2 in Khuzestan, 2 in Isfahan, 2 in Bushehr, but he was continuing. He wanted another, 6 or 8 to follow that.
What were some other projects?
Other projects were, as I said, the building of tanks, actual building of tanks in Iran, the purchase of equipment such as military equipment such as submarines. I was told at the point that they were planning to buy 20 submarines, ocean-going submarines.
This was in the 5th plan?
This was after I was out, of course. I'm talking about 1975, 76, and none of these were in the document of the plan. These were just being added as they went along.
We're just
talking about the 5th plan. Stick to the 5th plan.
What were the projects in there that they were there basically because the Shah wanted them, not because the planners wanted them?
Chabahar certainly was one. Chabahar base, which is a high road. Chabahar base was certainly one. As I said, nuclear power stations were one. Agribusiness in the way that we were proceeding was one, that we fought this. we fought this. 6-lane highway connecting Tehran to Bushehr. Electrification of railways that he pressed so hard for was another one. The Tehran transit system under the metro was another one. Well, these projects. Beg your pardon?
The Shahistan Pahlavi, the northern Tehran.
The development of that area, much again. I remember, for that area of Abbasabad, which became Shahistan. Saying that, Your Majesty, this is the last chance of Tehran to have an open park space, and it should be developed into a park. There were 600 hectares of land. And I went to the Queen and pressed the Queen. I said, Madam, Your Majesty, we can make this a great park for Persia. I went to Prime Minister, went to Asfiya, went to everybody trying to convince them. And they were all sympathetic. But we had got the idea that here we'll build a brand new city, modern city of 50, 60 story buildings, and that the land should be allocated for that purpose, and housing for the army officers, etc. And the project for making the area into a park never really even got off the ground because of the interest that she had in that type of physical development. There were many projects of this sort. For example, another project that I remember, which continued during the fifth plan also, was the national microwave system, which I'm not saying was unimportant, but in terms of priorities. And I'm not saying that we were so dead set against it at the beginning of it. The way it was proposed, we were dead set against it. But in a limited basis, we would agree with it. And on question of timing it, that is, question of annual allocation, we would have agreed with slow development of this throughout the country, but he wanted it within 2 years. He wanted the whole country to be put into under a microwave system within 2-3 years. Something that should have normally taken 10-15 years, perhaps. So from every village we could directly dial San Francisco. This is.
What was the point of this? How much was the
he principally argued for this in terms of his military requirements. At least, as he told me, as I remember. My earliest meetings with the Shah was in this connection with the microwave systems throughout the country. And I told him, my report was this, that you cannot get this in the short time that you have already, you believe you can get it, or the contractors are telling you they will produce for you. Impossible. And the amount of money, that was at the time $120 million, I said would reach probably about $360-400 million. As it were, it was more than that. And as it were, it took until 76, 77 to be completed. Much longer than the Shah wanted it. This type of problem, there was a big hurry to complete certain projects, and that would have meant that obviously other projects would be delayed as a result. If you had spanned this over time, if you had spread this over time, some of these projects we would have had a better balance as between those consumer goods type of producing industries and these big white elephants that the Shah was deeply interested in as a symbol of the great civilization, as a symbol of development, as a symbol of modernization, as a symbol of Iran becoming the fifth industrial nation of the world. These were some of the problems. But then certainly, in terms of the projects close to our hearts. There were large amounts which was in the fifth plan that the Shah would agree with, and we had no difficulty putting it into the fifth plan.
Can you think of projects that he didn't agree with initially and that you fought for and you convinced them to allow it to be put in?
Well, as I said, I mentioned earlier, the two that I remember distinctly was that on the allocation as between both agribusiness and industrial and agricultural corporations. If you remember, it was called شرکت‌های زراعی, agricultural corporations, where after land reform they would come and take the land away from the owners, small owners of the land, give them a piece of paper as if they were shareholders in a corporation, and they would then at the end of the year distribute the production among them, like just like a corporation paying dividends, or sell the products and distribute the money among the owners. These things, from our experience during the fourth plan, had turned out to be nothing but they had become government workers, these people, these farmers who were supposed to farm on their own. And even when they were not producing enough or selling enough, the government was subsidizing these things. So we were dead set against them, and we fought the minister, who was valiant on these. We were quite successful in beating down this idea. But still in the fifth plan you find some allocations. It wasn't that we totally succeeded. But we prevented the allocation from being larger than in fact it was. In many cases, these things would get mixed up. It wasn't, the lines were all not that clear. We would argue against larger allocations and prevent larger allocations if we hadn't taken a stand. Many times the Shah would side with us, unless it dealt with the projects who were, the absolutes in terms of his own domain, which is principally in the army, and certain other things such as I said, the nuclear power development, and so on. Then, of course, there were the pet projects of certain ministers who were close to the Shah and so forth, which we went through the same process at a lower level, fighting them, preventing them, and they had, of course, recourse to the Shah, and the Shah very often didn't want to disappoint them, I guess, and would give them his support, but that type of support was not like for those other projects. You would there again succeed, sometimes in eliminating some of those projects which were very close to the heart of some ministers, such as an opera house in Kurdistan, close to the heart of the Minister of Culture, Mr. Palbot, who happened to be also brother-in-law of the Shah. And there was that particular difficulty. But we would oppose, yet we had no difficulty. The technocracy could oppose and would oppose.
What others, aside from the Shah, had an input at
that type of input?
Planning stage?
Well, there was some people who were not necessarily either related or connected with the Shah, but they were powerful individuals who would press their points, such as Rouhani on this damn business of agro-business, would really press his point and fight right through, and he would use every means at disposal of a minister to do it. Except now they were milder, of course, and they would not press as much, or they didn't have that type of personality like Vahidi. in connection with electricity and so on. You know, when we ran into the blackouts, and Proof ID was used as a scapegoat, I went to the Ministry of Justice, where he was being tried by that special committee for trial of ministers. And I said, I've come here on my own. I wasn't asked to go. I said, I've come here to give you, to serve as a witness on the side of Vahidi. Because Vahidi did ask, did say, when we were preparing the plan, and on the annual budget, preparation of annual budgets, did in fact say we would run into shortage of electricity by the time we did run. It was amazing. We knew we would run into shortage of electricity, but we didn't have the funds to allocate to him. He wanted, on the basis of the way the country was growing, let's say 30% annual increase in his budget for provision of generators and so on. We gave him 15% increase. I went and witnessed.
But this is precisely where the system of autocratic rule is supposed to be at its best.
And it wasn't. It wasn't, again, because the autocrat was so enamored by other projects and really did not have the patience and the time to go into such details as I'm saying to you, to understand, to accept. And the position of the minister and the relationship of minister to him was not such that automatically he would embrace the minister's point and accept the minister's point, you see. These are the problems. The nature of the actors also were very important. How they influenced the Shah was very important. It wasn't that it all was one-sided flow. It was, you know, a sort of a give and take between the Shah and the relationship between the individuals and the Shah. Even in the case of army this was true. Even in the case of army, some of the commanders, for example the commander of Air Force, would always receive much greater favors than the commander of the army. The Shah was not all that impressed by the army as he was with the Air Force, because he wanted a first-rate world Air Force, and he knew this was technologically important. But more than that, the commander of the Air Force was his brother-in-law again, and the man was good, by the way, just between us. He knew what he was doing. He would select the right people, and he was a very systematic type of an individual, and he was a very courageous type of an individual. He would come and tell me, look, if you don't want to give me the airports, go tell him, meaning Shah, go tell him not to buy the F-18s. But he's ordered the F-18s, 70 of them are coming. Where shall I fly them from? From the top of my roof? I mean, did that mean that he agreed with buying all these F-18s? No, he was systematic in this sense. No, not at all. He would say, now look, once you have ordered the F-18s, along with the F-18s go all these airports, for example, where I have to fly them from, or all these facilities that are required. And you've got to give me the facilities or cancel the order. He said, that you can do, but you go to the Shah and tell him to cancel the order. I would not fight that. Mm-hmm. Not that he didn't believe that he should have them, but he said, let's be logical, let's be rational. He was quite rational. As the commander of the army would come and beg and argue and say, now look, we've got to give a little better clothes. Our barracks are not that good, you know, this type of argument that didn't impress the Shah, and you know, it was much easier to dismiss. So the relationship of individuals, even within the army, mattered. The relationship between the Shah and the individuals. How about the Queen and the other members of the royal family? Did they have important? Well, there was. Sure they did. Sure they did. In terms of sort of cultural development, and cultural development, in a sense, was at the end highly exaggerated. Cultural meant, as I said, certain type of expenditures that, in the judgment of the bureaucrats, technocrats, had no priority whatsoever. And the Queen, after all, was the Queen, And the Shah would sort of not interfere with the domain of the Queen, and the Queen pressed her point, and very often she got her point. But we could appeal, again, to the Queen, and it was much easier with the Queen than it was with the Shah. Appeal to the Queen and argue against projects, and argue against providing as much funds. At the end, our input was that, again, we allocated less for these type of projects which had no real priorities in terms of production of goods and services and improving the real standard of living of the people throughout the country. The Prime Minister.
Did he have much of a role in this planning, formulation phase of planning?
Yes. When we felt there was a sort of stone wall, when we were stonewalled, we would go to the Prime Minister, beg him to help. I did this many times. Please help. And then he had the ear of the Shah. He would discuss certain things. He would call me and say, now look, all right, on this, I think the Shah will agree to allocate less, or not do this project, or delay this project for a couple of years. You know, this type of input the Prime Minister had.
But he himself.
But the Prime Minister played a very clever role, you know. I don't remember him having ever a pet project, ever. He was very clever that way. The Prime Minister was very clever that way. He never associated himself with a pet project that I remember. Directly. He may have had something in his heart, which meant he would just wait for somebody else to press it, and he will just let him have the day. But directly, I never remember the Prime Minister telling me, look, you've got to do this for me. Never. I remember the projects that the Prime Minister would encourage me not to support. Not to support. But certainly not projects that he pressed for.
Were there important contractors, whether Iranian or foreign, who tried to push certain projects into the plan?
Yes. On the microwave, I mentioned it was Northrop, another famous case of Northrop, and they mustered a great deal of power, reached the Shah, and Alam particularly, who also had an input in this whole business. Alam had his own pet projects, one of them being this microwave. The development of Chabahar, but there, of course, they had the Shah on their side. Anyway,
was it Northrop again?
No. Chabahar? It was Kashfi as the Iranian contractor, and I don't remember the American contractor, English-American contractor, if I'm not mistaken. But
how would these people work? I mean, would they come and have an appointment with you in your office and push their project, or
sure,
go to the minister, or all these ways, or how would they do it?
Well, I don't remember that in my case, except for Northrop, that a foreign contractor would come and press me. And one day, I remember in the case Northrop, I simply got up and walked out of the meeting, and simply said to them that I have nothing to do with you from now on. And I wrote a letter to Mr. Alam saying the plan organization would not do this, and I transferred the whole project to the Minister of Court, and he chaired the meetings, and he did himself. It also depended on the nature of the minister, whether or not he was the type who would receive these contractors. I was very wary of receiving these people. I was civil enough to be sure. I would somebody would come in and may put the case to me very politely and say, we are interested in this and that, maybe what are the problems, do we have a chance or not? You know, I'd say, I do not know. You go and see such and such who's in charge, or I'll study this and let you know. But never like the microwave, where 30 people came to my office, and simply the reason I walked out, the man was telling me that His Majesty has decided this and you cannot change it. You know, the man told me, this foreigner is telling me this, and I walked out of the office. To think that a foreigner would be telling me that. But
how about the ambassadors? Were they involved in these kinds of discussions?
Yes. I don't again remember the American ambassador making a representation to me. I don't remember the British ambassador making strong representation to me about that project or this project, at least not during my term of office, that the ambassador directly coming to me and asking me for a project. But they did this through Foreign Office. They did this through the Shah. They went through channels properly. And of course, even if they did through Foreign Office, that meant the Prime Minister also, because Prime Minister would receive the feedback from Foreign Office. I didn't receive it. The Shah may have told me about the project to go ahead and do it without indicating to me that the ambassador has gone to him. But I have no doubt the way things were, that ambassadors would make representation through Foreign Office or to the Shah or to Prime Minister, as they would consider a channel to be proper. Not directly, at least during my experience of plan organization, no ambassador ever came to me and pressed me for anything.
Now, if we go to the implementation stage, you discussed earlier, or you mentioned earlier that the implementation of projects, or you put it this way, that the plan was read by only a few people, maybe at most 100, and the variance that existed between what was implemented and what was down on paper as the plan. Could you?
And as we prepared the annual budget, at the time of preparation of the annual budget, a whole constellation of new forces came to bear on the new budget. It was a very weak argument to say, look, the plan doesn't allow for it. Nobody would listen to this. The best we could do, and that's before the OPEC, was to use the ultimate control of the amount of funds available in the budget. There we had a form of overall control. Overall control. And we would say, look, there is no money. That overall control allowed a certain discipline that we could fit more or less into the overall plan allocations. However, the composition of allocations within the national budget, although the planners were aware of it and the budget was in the hand of the planners, we would press for it. The composition, once the budget was approved, and if you add up the 5 budgets, would show great deviation from the intent of the plan and from the words of the plan, in terms of the goals that we set up, in terms of the strategies that we set up. So through the instrument of the budget, which was a function that involved the whole cabinet every year, and the Shah every year, and the parliament every year, they had found a way to get around the budget and budget and to get around the goals and strategies of the plan. Not always by intent, very often by miscalculation, misprojection, overages that were created. You know, don't forget, these projects that we would have estimated to be of such amount would have costed, often ended up having 100%, 150% overages. You know, such things as demurrage payments. Suddenly $2 billion. Where would it come from? It would come from the plan. Demurrage for the ships that were waiting in line in Persian Gulf to come to port. They were charging. One year we paid $2 billion worth of that in 75 or 76. Now, that sort of money had to come from somewhere, obviously. So it wasn't all that they used this, the annual budget, as a means to break the plan because they disagreed with the plan. No. Also, because there were miscalculations, misprojections, new projects, of course, that had come to their mind, that sometimes even projects that we would have now attached more priority to after the plan document had been approved, even the planners themselves would have attached more priority to. So it was a complex of things in that way that came to change, to separate the implementation from the plan document itself. But this is true in other countries who plan also. You know, the plan document is not is not supposed to be unchangeable. The plan has to be reviewed every year with regard to things that were unpredictable at the time the plan was written, with regard to new information that's at hand, with regard to new needs that become apparent, or new revenues that may be coming forth, or revenues that were not coming forth, both ways. Fall in revenues or increase in revenues. So plans do have to be reviewed. I'm not saying that, but very often we found that really there was a careless disregard for the plan. Nobody really worried what was in the plan, let's put it that way. Except the planners, except the people in the plan organization.
Maybe this is a good point to now ask you about your sort of personal knowledge about the general question of corruption in the Iranian government. What was the extent of it as far as you were able to see? How did it actually work? And were you yourself ever personally approached and offered a bribe of sorts to make certain decisions?
Before I talk about my personal experience, let me simply say this business of corruption is a very complicated thing. It's first of all, there are all kinds of corruption. The worst and probably the most prevalent is the corruption of the mind. That is, the man goes against what he knows to be right. This type of corruption was highly prevalent. Now, the man goes against what he knows to be right can result from fear that he'll be removed from office, for example, his love for the job that he's got, the position he's got. It can result from payment of money. He can be bought to go against what he considers to be right. And another form is that he may have taken a position without having first the knowledge that what he was doing was wrong, and later on when he found out, he wouldn't want publicly to change his position and lower the regard of the society for himself. You know, this is a pride of some sort. He wouldn't want to come out and say, I was mistaken then, now it should be changed. Very few people have that type of courage. The most talked about type of corruption is, of course, where money is involved. money or promise of better position, or promise of more power is involved. As far as the ministers of the cabinet goes, the type of corruption that existed, ministers and the top echelons, that means above ministers even, the top generals and so on, the type of corruption that exists was first fear of their positions. Fear that if they didn't do certain things that they didn't believe in, they would lose their position, they would be kicked out. The first most important form was that. Two, the promise that they will be more powerful and last longer and endure if they did the wrong things. Very few cases over the last 25, 6 years that I have direct experience, I know that the minister was paid directly to do certain things that he did not consider right at the ministerial level. Very few cases that I said I know. There may have been more cases than I know, but very few cases that over all these years came to our attention, or we found out about it, or we heard about it. Certainly during Hoveyda's period, the members of the cabinet, I would have considered extremely clean in connection with this last type of corruption, which is receiving of money. In that sense, they were very clean people. But in terms...
By that you mean they were really living on their salaries and on their
personal means.
Bonuses that were given to them.
Salaries, bonuses, that's right. As well as on whatever they owned themselves, and some of them were people of some means in terms of what their father had, what their family had, or what they had inherited, for example, from their father or parents. And some of them lived very lowly type of life. Some of the ministers I knew had a very small house that they didn't have very much, and they were ministers at the time, and you could see their circumstances. And they really were living on their salaries and their bonuses or whatever came to them as a matter of course.
Were there a lot of hidden bonuses that they actually received from?
Prime Minister, yes. Prime Minister had a special fund which was used for this purpose. The Shah wasn't all that directly always involved in giving this type of bonuses. The Shah would, for example, give a piece of land from his own personal properties to a group of ministers as a grant, as a bonus, as a gift. Mm-hmm. This could happen. But the Shah was not regularly involved in these payments. It was the job of the Prime Minister. And Prime Minister had secret funds for these purposes. Gave bonuses, varied these bonuses according to the need of the individual, as you would know. For example, in many cases where the individual suddenly was taken sick and had to go to Europe to be operated, the Prime Minister paid for the whole thing. Where the child of the individual, and the Prime Minister learned about it, he paid for the whole thing. You know, there were irregular assistance as well as sort of regular monthly bonuses that simply were salary supplements that ministers...
That's standard for everyone?
Ministers received, yes.
How much was it?
I don't remember. The salaries of ministers, Well, it changed over time. If I'm not mistaken, the salary was 13,000 tuman. Let's say I'm now talking about 73. And the Prime Minister gave them another 7, ending up total of 20,000 tuman. On the basis of rate of exchange, it's what, $3,000, less than $3,000. And sometimes a bonus at Nowruz, which that differed between various ministers according to their seniority, according to their position, and so on. In some cases, he would give 50,000 tuman, in some cases 30,000 tuman, in some cases 70, 80,000 tuman, and probably some of the highest, most senior ministers would receive 100,000 tuman, which again divided over a period of year would make it, what, another 10,000 tuman for the year. So the total salary would have become $4,000 per month. But this was maximums. One could live in Iran fairly decent life on the basis of that type of salary.
Is there certain services free? Weren't there, like a servant or a cook or that sort of thing, or not?
No, the government had no. Well, yes, I mean the driver of the minister would drive for the wife of the minister as well. That's true. But the servants who served, let's say, in the ministry to bring you tea.
No, I mean the house.
Did not come to the house of the minister, no. If they brought the servants, for example, they would give a party one night. In this way, listen, some ministers did misuse. In this way, shall we say, their positions. That is, they would send their own man in the office to go and help with the affairs and the chores of the household. But generally speaking, we would see, for example, a party minister is giving 1 or 2 people from the office had come to help. But usually at the end of the night he would pay them something. Or you know, he would make up for it. It's as if he hired somebody else from outside.
Didn't ministers have secret funds that they could...
Ministers had secret funds. They could use as they wished. Now, there again, because they were secret, at least the only thing I can tell you is about my own use of those funds.
How large were these? We're talking about millions or thousands or...
No. In the case of plan organization, if I'm not mistaken, was about $1.5 million tuman. $1.5 million tuman.
Per year?
Which was first year I pushed it and increased it to 2 million tuman
per year.
Which was a very small percentage of the total budget, of course. The Ministry of Finance, by law, had the right to set aside, if I'm not mistaken, 1 or 1.5% of total revenues collected as sort of encouragement to tax collectors to collect more. And by God, they applied that to the old revenues. So the Ministry of Finance had a secret fund which reached into billions at the end. That was used for very specific purposes, of which I have very little knowledge, but was at the disposal of the minister. Whereas the ministers themselves, not outside of the Ministry of Finance, after all the revenues were in the hands of the Ministry of Finance. The ministers themselves, the maximum they would receive were 2.5 million tuman. And the secret funds were approved by the parliament.
Could a minister use this for his personal expenses?
No. In the sense that there was no accounting, certainly the minister could have used it. But there's no doubt that 1 or 2 people would have known about it. But there was it was left purely to the judgment of the minister to do what he wishes with it. In other words, he could have paid his cousin. Very simple. Now, I had a lot of rumors. As I said, it's impossible to know. I heard a lot of rumors that certain ministers use these sometimes for personal purposes. Meaning, when we went, let's say, on a mission, the government had standards and regulations regarding how much a minister would receive per diem and for his cost of transport, hotels, and so on. Well, certainly, some of the things I had seen would indicate that the ministers were spending far beyond that sort of thing. Some presumably did this from personal funds while they were on missions. Others must have used the secret funds. Now, in my case, the principal use of the secret fund was used to supplement the salary of the top people that I wanted to get into the ministry. And that was also done with many other ministers, over and above the regular salaries. Now, I never personally ever dealt with the secret funds. I left it to my administrative man who would have my approval on any expenditure. I'll give you an example. A man who had died, a man in the plan organization. I remember he had 6 children. He had borrowed funds from the bank of the plan organization and to pay off from his salary. And his we sat down in calculation of this. His retirement fund was such that it wouldn't even take care of the children and the daily requirement of these children and still pay off the mortgage on the house. It was a very dire case. I remember this distinctly. So I decided to pay off the mortgage of the bank from the secret funds. But the decision didn't come from me. The knowledge came from my assistant for administration who came and made the proposal. I approved the proposal and he went ahead and paid off. We would get a first-class man, bring him from business, force him to sell the business to become, let's say, deputy head of the plan or assistant head of the plan. And this man could not conceivably live with 7,000 to a month as his maximum possible salary. Would not have come to plan organization. So we had to supplement that one way or another to get this, let's say, to, 12,000 to a month, and to give him some additional funds. The principal amount of secret funds went for this purpose. And I used it for that purpose. Never for travel expenses, never for things of that. But there were some rumors to this effect.
Going back to actual
corruption. Yeah.
Corruption, once again. Where were the
I have no doubt. I'll tell you.
Examples of it.
The big examples of it will go down to the 3rd level, to the 4th level, always. In administration. The big level would go to the tax inspector, to the members of the committee who made decisions on taxation, for example, to a technician who was going to decide to support or not to support a particular proposal in terms of the technology proposed, or the man who made an analysis of 2 or 3 contracts to compare them, to send them up and say which one is better than the others. The man who had information regarding other proposals, who would sell that information to competitors, for example. This type of corruption existed fairly widely, in my judgment. By the way, before I go further, there was also another type of corruption that these men would have jobs after the government, after office hours, so to speak, with many of the contractors, or they were not bribes in the sense that they paid them like that. They would give them jobs, and this meant that they didn't require them to come to office, which is a clear form of bribe. And this was prevalent to a great extent also.
I mean, it seems if corruption was only at this level, it would have been fairly easy to try to at least contain it.
Yeah,
with the strong
major
savant that we had, that could have...
I'll tell you. The major source of corruption was in the people not directly members of the cabinet, or let's say undersecretaries, were those in the periphery of the government who were not members of the government, but who had influence through one channel or another to the Shah, to the Queen, to Prime Minister, to the Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force, to the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, to the Commander-in-Chief, to the head of the oil company. These were the real corrupt elements within our society, of which there were many. These were the peddlers of project. These were the dealers, quotes, who collected their percentages, very often much larger than they would report for tax purposes or anything else, or for general information. They were required to do so. The contractor was required to do so, but they would not report that. And then they would distribute this, and they would keep their sources of power one way or another. That aspect not as much known as the individuals who did this type of thing and pushed for these projects through various channels and through various means. They were the ones who bought very often the lower echelons to give them the necessary information, to push for their project from the bottom so it will go up in a right way, automatically to be approved when it reached the top, and at the same time from the top they would make sure that there would be no opposition, and there would be approval of those projects. In their late corruption, which reached into, in my judgment, billions of dollars. After oil, before that, hundreds of millions of dollars. That is where the big money was.
What was the motivation of these important individuals in supporting the system if they weren't getting kickbacks? I mean, one has to assume that these people were passing it on to the officials you mentioned. Otherwise, why would they need these people? I mean, what function did they perform for them?
Primarily power, as I said. Primarily out of weakness, meaning that they were afraid of their position, they wanted to be kept there, they were afraid the man may have enough power to remove him. And they did, very often they did. These individuals were of such nature that they could remove some minister from office.
No, I meant why did the patrons of these corrupt individuals lend support to these people?
When it comes to patrons, if you talk about the Shah,
well,
let's say the Shah, and let's say the Shah and the people that I mentioned. I'm not suggesting that there were no kickbacks. I'm only saying that if there were such kickbacks, it was in a way that I didn't come across, and I can prove it, and therefore I can make a statement for history. I cannot. I never saw. I couldn't prove whether or not the Shah received money from some of these dealers who may have, on one deal alone, made $100 million, for example. Would they turn about and give $75 million to special account of the Shah? If they did, first of all, don't forget, most of these payments were made abroad. They didn't even enter the flow of things in Persia, in the country as such. And then would they have automatically set this in a special account? Let's take Ashraf, the sister of the Shah. Whether or not she would have received her kickbacks as a result of her support of a project, this project and that project. This is something which, as I said, I cannot prove. The general consensus, as you know fully well, was that there were these kickbacks to some extent. But also the sort of close relationship, quotes, of certain individual over time and personal friendship of certain individual with these people. And sometimes the kickbacks took the form of presents that they made in the most formal fashion of very expensive things that was understood to be possible within the latitude that our society allowed. Presents instead of outright cash or money. That I fully understand. But I don't have evidence. After all, I was in the Central Bank of Iran. I would have seen banking transactions. And you know, the revolutionaries were such fools to think that these kickbacks were transferred by Central Bank of Iran and so on. Impossible. You know, everything that was transferred from an account and a credit was opened, proper credit. Where the money was in the total cost, for which the bank opened a regular, let's say, letter of credit for government. And the contractor, once received that money, would pay off the dealer, and the dealer would shift it to a special account in Switzerland. That may have taken place, that probably did take place, but I cannot prove it. I do not know about it directly as such. You asked me a question about myself. Let me say to you, in one case distinctly I remember, I had just come to the plan organization. One of the biggest problems was we insisted on international tender, and the ministers all wanted quick tender. Again, the ministers just didn't want to go through all this problem of putting to international tender and selecting because it will take time. They wanted quick tender because it was quicker, and they had developed a basis of saying that, look, we will carry out the project on the basis of previous cost of the same project, or we will get prices anyway and give you comparisons. We didn't believe in this. We believed in hard international tender. This pressure mounted tremendously with the momentum for development, and when I came to plan organization, the situation was such that there was a revolt among the ministers regarding this. So what I said, ministers are responsible to the parliament, to the Shah. If a minister writes and accepts full responsibility for each case, then we that is for quick tender, if the minister accepts full responsibility and states that this is in the interest of the country and the cost will be held at this level, then we will allow the minister himself to give the quick tender. That is, we would have given a right of quick tender to the minister, and if the minister would have proceeded under his own signature to do it.
I think you mentioned this in a previous...
I did? Oh. Then one person came to me and asked me, she said she was representing this big contractor, and she said, I'll pay you 500,000 Tuman right now,
just like
and 10 million Tuman by Esfand. This is summer, end of summer. If you only not oppose a request for quick tender, which will come to the plan organization. I laughed at it.
Where was this request made? In your office or at a party? Or?
No, to my home. We knew her.
Mm-hmm.
She happened to just walk in. She wasn't a friend in that sense. She was, in fact, one of our neighbors. Very well-known person. I don't want to mention the name. She's alive, and I would protect her. Her husband was very famous, who died recently, and I would protect her. Anyway, I laughed at her and said, look, there's a process involved here. If the minister only writes and accepts responsibility, you go to the minister. He said, oh, the minister has already agreed and has written. I said, then look, it doesn't even come before me. And it will go to the minister. And the minister will make that decision. Why would you want to pay me? And I laughed her off, of course, and I sent her off with the money. Some few months later, I learned that the minister had indeed sent in a request for quit tender, and the minister in this particular case was beyond a shadow of a doubt, was a clean man. He had that reputation. At least I never doubted his integrity and his circumstances and conditions. The conditions under which he lived was very limited. Indeed. But the project went through.
So what conclusion do we draw from this? That you were offered a prize to do this, and he hadn't been?
No, I think that his men under him, without a doubt, had received considerable amount to put to the minister the argument for quit tender, to put to the minister the project as such. That's the whole point.
And he never...
Let me tell you, my own experience in plan organization, two things I'll cite for you. One, during my tenure of office, I sent 10 people to the Supreme Court, to the Divan Kayfar, that is where the high government officers or the government officers would be tried for misdeeds, whatever kind of misdeeds. Divan Kayfar. I had an inspector who would examine cases. As cases would come to me through letters, I investigated every one of them for your information, sent it to this man. I trusted this man was fair, investigated, brought the cases to me, and gave me the evidence in great details before I would sign. I sent 10 people, and nobody even heard about this sort of anti-corruption system within the plan organization itself. There were several cases when accusation came, I couldn't prove it. It couldn't be proved. What I did, I changed the position of the man from where he was to a job which was unimportant. When I resigned my post, right after I'd come home, of course, some of these people came to visit me. Some of these people who were contractors of the plan organization or consulting engineers. And these were limited in number. I must say, for example, I'm now referring to 3 or 4 people whom I knew. I had no special relationship with generally contractors and so on, but I knew some of these, especially the consulting engineers, because I knew them from school times. I knew them over the years. They were friends and so on. They came to visit me and pay respect. I said, now look, I'm now finished. I can't do anything, and I promise you, without giving me names, tell me, did any one of you people paid any bribes during my time in the plan organization? All of them said they did.
They did.
I said, would you tell me at what levels? They all invariably referred to the levels of individual below the undersecretaries. All below the undersecretary levels. So if I go by that as sample, I have no doubt that this type of thing was taking place throughout.
We've sort of reached the last half an hour of this tape, and at various times we have talked about doing this, and that is to ask you to draw a sketch of the Shah during your last years in office, and perhaps even his last months on the throne, where you had a chance to visit him a number of occasions, as you expressed yourself. Those points that really haven't come out in any other, well, at least haven't been published up to this point. So those aspects of them which you think are important to be recorded for history.
You remember, I must have mentioned this, that I knew the Shah at the beginning, and then I saw the Shah at the end. Beginning meaning 58. The most important thing that I want to say first is that the man of 58 was not the same man at 78. This man had changed tremendously over these 20 years. At the beginning, he was far more democratic. At the beginning, you could reach him much easier. He was much more interested in learning, understanding. He would allow much greater debate on issues than the man at the end. He showed much greater compassion as a person for problems of the masses. He showed much greater compassion for the type of problems that I referred to earlier, which dealt with the day-to-day lives of individuals. And you'll be surprised the extent of freedom that we enjoyed in opposing, even to the point of opposing his thoughts and proposals. 58. At the end, it was impossible to oppose him. At the end, the man would not have patience to listen and to take counsel in any great detail. I'm sure he would have had, in the privacy of his chambers, listened to the Prime Minister, but I'm not certain that even in listening to the Prime Minister, he would have been that deeply affected as he would have been in 1958 at the early period. The Shah was a complex man. He wasn't a very simple person. He was a complex man in the sense that you must consider his background. First, the fact that he grew up under the shadow of that strong, tough man, and a man who had achieved and created so-called modern Iran, his father. And that had influenced his character, to be sure. He always had a thirst to show that he was better than his father.
Really?
It was no secret that at the end we were not allowed to praise his father. The measures, the praise for Reza Shah at the end of the reign of Muhammad Reza Shah were all extremely measured. And even the celebrations of occasions relating to Reza Shah were not mixed, or were not, we didn't have as much fanfare as we did on occasions that related to himself. So that is one factor. Two, the fact you must remember his democratic background and his education in Europe, which had certainly formed part of that character. Three, the fact that he was torn between religious nonsense and religiosity in some proper sense, and faith in religion. I want to say that in some very general sense, not in the sense of liturgy or ceremonies, he did have some basic beliefs in God, let's say, and faith in God. He was not an atheist, but he didn't much care about religious ceremonies. I mean, he wasn't the man who prayed every morning or every day 5 times, or he fasted, or certainly he drank. I was witness in moderate amounts. He was not a drinker, but he would drink whiskey once in a while. So he used alcohol. But in some sense he had some belief in religion, some faith. He believed in destiny. He told me himself, he said, everyone has a taqdeer, everyone has a destiny. In that sense he was religious. He was not a well-trained individual, and he was not an intellectual, to my judgment. His apparatus of methodology was extremely limited. But by God, during these 20 years, he had also learned a great deal. Not 20 years, during the 37 years. He had gone to school constantly. He was in touch with the best minds of Persia. He was in touch with the best minds of the world. He was in touch with all heads of state, beginning with Stalin and Roosevelt, right down to Carter and I don't know, Mrs. Thatcher, Giscard d'Estaing, and every one of them he had visited or visited him. Kings, prime ministers, heads of states, heads of universities, heads of fantastic multinationals, great experts, even at lower levels. Constantly there was a flow of such people to his office and from his conversations. He was bound to learn. It was a tremendous school that he was going through.
So his
memory was extremely good. His memory was very good memory, although he was relying too much of it on it at the end. I mean, it was impossible for anyone to have that much memory, and so he would just throw out statements, and there was a lot of as far as his reading goes, in many areas he read. He often told me, I once took a book to him. It was a serious book. I've forgotten now what was the book. I took a book to him just to give him as a gift. He said we don't read novels and this type of thing. Or once I had a discussion about something I had read, and I told him, he said, we don't read this type of thing. We have got so much to read, and we have got also to read about the affairs of other states, and at best I can read a history book once in a while. I don't think he knew Persian history very well. Now I make that judgment. In those days I didn't know. Now I see it. Because if he knew Persian history very well, he would not have done certain things. He didn't know enough about Persian history.
But how about written reports that the various ministers would give?
He would read. I had seen reports that he had marked very carefully in the case of plan organization with instructions. Certainly in the case of oil companies, certainly in the case of army, all the reports, he would read and give his direct instructions or reject a point, and you would see his line. And we were shown reports by the oil company. I mean, when we debated something with the head of the oil company or head of the Air Force, he would put the report in front of me. He said, look, I've said this and this and this. He has rejected this and this. As he went along, megalomania without a doubt set in. But owing to us, we helped it. Prime Minister helped it. The ministers helped it. The underlings helped it. People around him helped it. His wife helped it. Everybody wanted to make him happy, so they said the things they should be saying in front of him and created bad information. Even the intelligence service, in my judgment, was not a great intelligence service, as he would tell me this at the end of his reign, that I met him. I saw a very sick man. By the way, let me finish this. He was extremely ambitious, not only for himself, but for Persia. I have no doubt he was extremely nationalistic. He feared America, he feared Russia, their design upon Iran. I have no doubt about it. In this sense, I would certainly consider him a patriot, without a doubt. But there it was a paranoid man. He was schizophrenic. On one side, brought up as a Democrat. On the other side, he wanted to exercise power, and more he tasted this power, and he was exerting absolute power while knowing perhaps he was wrong, while knowing that he shouldn't be behaving the way he did, while knowing that decisions should be more democratic than in fact he did. But, he had begun to develop disdain for his generals, for his ministers over the years and so on. He had so many disappointments from people that he proceeded on his way to behave the way he did. At the end, you see a sick man, both physically and mentally. I didn't know that he had cancer when I was talking to him in the last 3 months of his departure.
What was the occasion for your seeing him?
They called me.
Yes.
They called me from the court saying that he's very lonely. Come and talk to him.
Really?
That's really that simple. That simple. I was nobody at that time. I was nobody. I wasn't even, my term, the last meeting I saw him, I wasn't even the head of, no, I was still, yes. I was still chairman of the bank, but I wasn't even going to the bank. I was just...
Do you think he had asked for you specifically, or someone decided that various people should come and see him?
Well, both, I think. On one occasion, certainly he had asked for me. Another 2 occasions, I think it was because the Chamberlain had felt that they had to fill in his schedule, so he won't feel that nobody wants to see him anymore, you see. And it was very interesting, this thing. Well, he had never time, because his schedule was so filled to the point where the Chamberlain has to fill in so that... And I saw a sick man. I saw a man totally disappointed, totally indecisive. I talked to him, asked him about what has happened to the power of the state. What has happened to your intelligence? Because he had often bragged about the various sources of intelligence he had. For example, about Savac. He said, he threw his head up and screamed. He said, they never knew anything. In a very peculiar, sickly voice. About the army intelligence, I asked. He said, it never even existed. From the depth. And he would walk and kick hard against the wall with his leg. Would walk fast. A man who was like a caged lion, who knew it was the end, who knew nothing could be done anymore, he had lost control altogether. It was a very sad situation. From the man who talked about Iran becoming the 5th military power and the industrial power in the world, from a man who talked about we will achieve great civilization in our own lifetimes, and he was referring to his own lifetime, knowing perhaps even about leukemia, to a man who now knew had lost everything, had no control over the affairs of the state, and was at an end, at a miserable end. This is what I saw in the Shah. He was an autocrat, but I want for history to say that Iranians make autocrats, even out of most democratic individuals. there are examples. Khomeini is another example. Mossadegh was another example. Both by our underdeveloped behavior and by our desire for power. Also the system creates, the regime as such creates. That is why I think no individual regarding of character should run or can run the state with stability in the long run. I think it should be a process. It should be a participatory process to operate the state rather than the individual. May I shift to Hoveyda and simply say
going to ask you about that.
A few words about Hoveyda. I knew Hoveyda from the very beginning to the very end. Close, very close to him. When he started, he was an uncertain man. As Prime Minister, you know, because Mansour was shot. He came into that office presumably as a temporary man until the Shah found an alternative. But you know, he remained for 13 and a half years in office of Prime Minister, probably the longest period of any man in the history of Iran as Prime Minister. And Hoveyda was without a doubt an intellectual in the sense that his mental capabilities were very strong. He had, in my judgment, one of the highest IQs that I knew among all that cabinet members. I mean, there were men like Amouzegar who were famed for their IQ or memories and so on. I think Hoveyda was ahead above all of them in terms of his quickness, in terms of his intelligence, in terms of his ability to read. He would read far greater amount than anybody I knew, including the Shah. And he was capable of reading, and he would read a wide variety of things, not only government reports, and sometimes, of course, he would read government reports very superficially and throw it away with a short comment, because he was disinterested. But he would read great books. He kept up with the world literature. He kept up with some Iranian literature. He knew many languages. He didn't have formal training to the level of that he would have had a PhD, for example, like Amouzegar, but he had full university training, and he'd spent a great number of years abroad, so he knew Europe certainly extremely well. Not superficially, but deeply. He knew Europe. He knew literary movements in Europe. He knew political movements in Europe. And his position as Prime Minister had allowed him to augment all this information regarding the systems and the current thought in Europe and in later on in Persia, to be sure. He was a great diplomat. He was a great politician.
Meaning what?
Meaning that he could handle things, he would handle people, he could settle arguments. He was the type of man that even if he opposed you or wanted to cut your head off, you would never know that he did it. He would do it so gently, so ever gently and so cleverly that you would never
It was said that no one ever walked out of his office unhappy.
You always thought, that's right, you always thought that he agreed with you, but at the end you would see that just things didn't happen because he didn't want it to happen, or because he really didn't have the power to make it happen. That was also true. The Shah liked him because of his sense of humor, because of his knowledgeability, because he was so quick in anticipating the Shah and the Shah's thoughts, because he behaved very consistently, and every time we had a fight among ourselves, he said, look, who am I? Why don't you go up to the Shah and settle the fight? When two ministers fought each other, you know, he would just learn this mechanism of becoming popular with the Shah. He really learned, he had the Shah in his hand. He had learned that, how to get the ear of the Shah very easily. That is what gave him power for 13 and a half years. And I've never heard the Shah talk about any Prime Minister the way he talked about Hoveyda, turning and saying that, look, you have such a great opportunity with this great Prime Minister. why don't you just move and do things?
The Shah said this.
The Shah heard him in these very words, saying this about Hoveyda. Well, at the end, the very forces that he generated and he encouraged caught on. The fact that he was the most responsible for feeding the megalomania of the Shah among everyone. He was the most responsible in feeding that megalomania of the Shah. The fact that he kept on saying, I'll be a prime minister forever, the fact that he wanted to remain prime minister for so long is the best proof that he would never resign, that he would not use the ultimate weapon that he had in order to keep the Shah from thinking that everything was dandy and that the Shah could do anything he pleased. This to me was the main responsibility of Hoveyda. I think Hoveyda was a great cynic. He really didn't have much belief. His hero was Talleyrand, who was certainly a version of Machiavelli. He was a Machiavellian type, and Talleyrand was, and he told me in so many words that Talleyrand was his hero. He had read a great deal about Talleyrand, and that he would, for example, cite for me and say, you know, Talleyrand's great statement, I get a report, I put it in one drawer, and after a while I simply pull it from this drawer and put it in the other drawer, and you'll be surprised how much time will solve these problems. These are his words to me. He wasn't, in this sense, a man who believed in a set of principles, hard principles in terms of the total nation. He had his principles in terms of keeping the Shah and doing what the Shah wanted. He didn't believe in any depth in the plan and in planning process. He didn't believe in his own bureaucracy. He was highly cynical of his own bureaucracy, of his own systems, his own methods, of his technocracy, about which he talked a great deal all the time. He really truly didn't believe in these. He knew these to be ephemeral. He only thought of power as ultimate, as lasting. And I think he would extend that philosophy to the rest of the world also. Hoveyda thought about the world in those terms. In my judgment, it wasn't only Iran. If he thought about Pakistan, he thought that way. If he thought about Bangladesh, he would think that way. If he thought about Thailand, he would think that way. So, there you have this man with great intellect, great intelligence, but with no hard principle, and a sense of deep responsibility to the masses. I never saw that. If we did talk about this, he would poo-poo it. He would make a joke about it, crack about it, not in the way that we would think that he didn't like that, or he would, but he just kidded about it, you know, and went on, still leaving you the impression that he might believe in it. He was, as I said, extremely clever with his tongue, with his sense of humor, with his thoughts. And his main purpose was to last in position of power. Hoveyda was not corrupt in the sense that I doubt it if he ever received 1 penny in terms of bribe, but he was definitely corrupt in the sense that he did many wrong things while knowing absolutely that they were wrong. In that sense, Hoveyda was corrupt, but not in the sense that he would ever receive a bribe from anybody. Yes, a friend would go out to Europe like me, would bring him back a pipe, he loved pipe. And when Hoveyda died, there was nothing except his pipe collection and his collection of canes. Hoveyda had nothing. In the home he lived in after he stopped becoming prime minister, Here was the home of his mother, which was a very small home in Shemiran, which he and his brother had bought for his mother, 25 years ago, long before he ever became Prime Minister or Minister of Finance. So he lived purely on his salary and the allowances of a Prime Minister, which included at the end a house. Before, Prime Minister in Iran didn't have a house. At the end, Prime Minister had a house and he lived in it.
This 3 or 4 minutes that are left.
He was very generous man also by nature. I mean, money to him didn't mean a thing. In other words, he would give bonuses very easily. He could be affected by the problem of individuals, and he would send flowers. He had such a great system of intelligence. Even a young new bureaucrat, technocrat, who would become sick, suddenly there is a phone call from Hoveyda, or suddenly there is a note from Hoveyda, or a box of chocolate from Hoveyda, or a flower from Hoveyda. That way he had, in terms of public relations, he was great. There's no doubt about that. Did you have another question?
Well,
2 minutes.
2 minutes that are left now. I want to ask you, what's your greatest regret about your career?
My greatest regret at this time, and this is with the help of hindsight, is I didn't learn enough about the people of my own country. I didn't learn enough about Iran. I didn't learn enough about the history of Iran. I didn't learn enough about the culture of Iranians. We relied too much on what we learned abroad. We relied too much on the technology we had learned. I regret that they didn't give us the opportunity to learn. As we were brought as technocrats because of the tools that we had, and we were supposed to only use those tools. But to grow up statesmen, we needed to be given training in the history of the country, in the politics of the country, in the peculiarities of our nation, in the culture of our nation. I'm afraid I missed that, and I still miss it today.